Yeah.
Okay, I know you're almost ready. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna put this thing for you. I thought you were looking at the clock. I got you.
Oh, I was just checking to see if we'd already went past it, because I'm not really that rigid.
Okay, good.
No, our last.
You don't have to. I can if you, the chair wills it so.
Just point, just make sure I do it correctly. Okay, it is. Are we on?
There you go.
It's 9 o'clock. We'll call the March 1st regular meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors to order. Supervisor Cox, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, public comment period. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on the agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. Do we have any public comment?
I have one on Zoom, Adrian Keys.
Hey, good morning, Chair and Board. Thank you so much. That came up awfully quick. I got caught a little off guard there, so thank you. I would just like to ask today for your support from the Trinity County Board of Supervisors for a letter of support for a bill from Senator McGuire that would eliminate the cultivation tax on cannabis and suspend the increase in the excise tax for a couple of years. This is something that our advocacy associations across the state and the Ordinance Council have been working on for probably 2 years, and the time is really right for it right now. You know, you all have heard repeatedly that the industry is in serious trouble, and that goes across the board, small guys, big guys, everybody. The program at the state level is having a really difficult time capturing marketplace from the illicit market, still representing about 70% of all the cannabis sold and consumed in California. And this is the first step that the government and cultivators and the business owners have found that they can work on together to fix that problem. So I would just appreciate it if you could put this on the agenda for the next Board of Supervisors meeting. We can discuss it further. I can answer any kind of questions, put you in touch with anyone that you'd like to speak with, and help us get this done. Help us keep our businesses open and operating. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Veronica Kelly Albies.
Hi, good morning. This is Veronica Kelly Albies, Deva City and Riverville Deva City Parks and Rec. I just wanted to take a moment and give some praise to the Trinity High School Athletics Department and our county. For tonight, we host our first state playoff game, which is going to bring some business into the county, and I really hope that the Main Street and other local businesses are going to benefit from that. We welcome Woodland Christian to Trinity County and Weaverville specifically. But I also want to encourage the Board of Supervisors to really acknowledge what the local athletes are bringing to the community at all the schools, and we're really getting some recognition and some Trinity County press releases that are just really positive, and find ways to continue to support those athletic and recreational activities throughout the county. to help support these kids through the years, because they are really rocking it. So we hope to see everybody at the game tonight at 6 p.m. at the new gym, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
1 second, we have one more on Zoom, Rhoda Kane.
This is Rhoda Kane from Trinity Center, East Fork Valley. I'd just like to echo what Adrian Keith said. I'd like to see some support for SB 1074. The current market has been falling to nearly the cost of production, and if the regulated market is to succeed in California, then we really do need your support on SB 1074. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm Jean Lamb. I'm a representative of the Peddlers Fair on their committee. And the Lewiston Sparkies, which put on this event, is asking if you could.
I believe that this is already on the agenda actually, and this time is for matters not on the agenda.
Okay, so this is already on the agenda for today. Okay, I didn't see it on there, so I just thought I better double check. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment?
Morning Supervisors, John Brower from Johnson City. Once again, I'm requesting an item for a future agenda, the next agenda, to have a real presentation, more in-depth and thorough by the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee and the licensing environmental review consultants, David Colbeck, Lisa Lozier, and the entire team that's supposed to be all hands on deck here to stand up our cannabis licensing program for many months. I was promised that it would be this meeting, and this is a vital issue to the community. Here we are in March, and we've got no evidence that the Appendix C is having, has moved at all. We have nothing tangible to show for all this effort and all this money. And it's spring planning. So let's get with it, boys.
Any other public comment from the room? Seeing none, I have none on Zoom. Turn it back to you, Chair.
Okay, with that, we will close public comment and move on to presentations.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I just want to make sure that Ms. Lambs was talking about the solid waste fees. Is that?
Yes.
All right. And I would request that we put that item that Mr. Keys referred to on the next agenda. I voice my support.
Okay, but I was going to actually ask if there was anybody that would like to draft a letter from the board.
Chair, may I jump in? If we usually have a special interest groups that's asking us something from the board, what we usually do is ask them to draft a letter, and then we run it through admin and county council. I'll be happy to orchestrate that.
Okay, that'll work. So we will work on getting that on the agenda for the 15th. All right, with that, we will go to presentations. Item 1.1, Clerk of the Board. Adopt a proclamation recognizing May 7th, 2022 as Wildfire Preparedness Day and May 2022 as Wildfire Awareness Month. No fiscal impact. Is that where you a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of Trinity County recognizing May 2022 as Wildfire Awareness Month and May 7th, 2022 as Wildfire Preparedness Day. Whereas all of Trinity County's communities are at high risk of wildfire, and whereas the Trinity County Fire Safe Council was established in 1998 to work toward enhancing community awareness of the risk of fire and the importance of being prepared, And whereas the month of May 2022 has been designated Wildfire Awareness Month with associated media and public outreach opportunities, and whereas May 7th, 2022 has been designated as Wildfire Preparedness Day by Firewise USA to provide public outreach opportunities across the nation, to promote adapting to live with wildfire and encourage community efforts to reduce losses. And whereas Trinity County continues to experience catastrophic wildfires that have affected property and potentially lives, and whereas Trinity County has 14 designated Firewise communities, and whereas it is the responsibility of every citizen of Trinity County to be prepared for the upcoming fire season, now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of Trinity has designated the month of May 2022 as Wildfire Awareness Month and May 7th, 2022 as Wildfire Preparedness Day. Duly passed and adopted this day of March 1st, 22 of the Board of Supervisors of Trinity County. Okay. Go ahead.
I would move to adopt the resolution as presented.
No second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion?
Seeing none, motion by Supervisor Cox, second by Supervisor Groves. Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Fraser?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Do we have any public comment on the consent calendar?
I see none in the room. I have no new hands, no hands raised, and no new comments.
Okay, do any supervisors or staff have any items that they wish to be pulled for consideration?
I have two items,
Okay,
2.3, 2.18.
2.3 and 2.18. All right. Any others? 2.18.
Is that 2.3 or 2.30?
2.3.
Do you have any, Supervisor Groves?
I do not.
Okay, and I would like to discuss item 2.29 just because I see some discrepancy. I think it's a typo, but I would like to discuss that one. So 2.3, 2.18, and 2.29. Anybody care to make a motion on that?
I'll move to adopt the agenda minus the 3 items.
I will second.
Seeing no other comments, motion by Supervisor Groves, second by Supervisor Gogan. Supervisor Gogan, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Fraser?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, item 2.3, Supervisor Cox.
This is a letter drafted by Carol Fall on behalf of the collaborative. And I would just like her to explain why the letter was written, the intent behind the letter. She would please.
She's on Zoom, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Carol Fall. I am on the Trinity County Collaborative on the Recreation Committee. For the last, since 2013, we've met roughly every other month to meet with the federal agencies on recreation projects in Trinity County. Since then, the number of recreation positions has decreased and new duties have been added at the same time. For example, the Trinity River Management Unit was recently asked to take over recreation in the South Fork Management Unit, which with no new people. And you know, due to the fires, they're also dealing with rehabbing trails and campgrounds and everything else. They have funds that were given to them for the August fire for rehab work that are being set aside for another year due to staffing issues because they just can't get work done. So you have an extremely hardworking, overworked staff. There's no longer any depth. When someone leaves for a detail, they don't have anyone to come in and backfill behind them and keep the work flowing. So at the last Recreation Committee meeting, we noted that the new 10-year Forest Service plan, which is funded by the infrastructure bill, does not include recreation staff. It's focused on forest health, and it accordingly adds a bunch of staff there, but no recreation. So we don't want to browbeat your hardworking staff. We asked them, how could we help? And so we discussed sending a letter of support. So the committee realizes the need to support the staff in obtaining permanent positions. So we're talking permanent full-time and permanent seasonal. So the Forest Service has been working to fill temporary positions. For example, they had a job fair at the high school to fill temporary positions this summer. But professional temporary positions are hard to fill due to the housing issues. So that's why we're advocating for the addition of permanent positions. The Recreation Committee voted to send a letter of support, and then that action was approved by the full collaborative. So I want to point out this letter is not intended to criticize. It's to support Supervisor Berkey as she tries to request new positions. So it's simply to provide ammunition so that when she's in one of the zone meetings competing with the other 6 forests for resources, she can say, I have this letter that documents some of the issues and the concern of the Board of Supervisors, so I need more people. So that is the intent of the letter. So you can approve the letter or not. You can ask the collaborative to rewrite the letter or not, whatever you desire. But we wanted to bring this issue before you for some direction. So that's basically it, and I'd be glad to answer any questions.
So thank you, Carol, for that, and thank you for your effort on behalf of the collaborative to formulate that letter. The reason that I wanted Carol to speak into this today is because when Supervisor Berkey receives the letter, I wanted her to be able to even refer back to a timestamp at this point of the meeting to really hear the heart of the collaborative, that this letter was, I definitely feel that tenor of support as I read the letter. This was a means by which to be able to fully communicate details to her that haven't been able to be communicated in personal exchanges just due to schedules and time constraints and what have you. So I appreciate that. I fully support the letter. I would move that we go ahead and adopt this item as presented so that the letter is supported by the board. And thank you, Carol, for all of that clarity.
I'll second.
Okay, we have,
Public hearing.
yeah. Do we have any public comment on item 2.3?
I see none in the room. I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the board?
Seeing none, motion by Supervisor Cox, second by Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Item 2.18.
The minutes from January 18th, item 4.1, are the specific item that I would ask to have more clarity on, but I also would just say at this point that in general, I wish that our minutes were a bit more reflective of what goes on in our meetings. There was one point in the past when I went back and reviewed minutes from probably 20 years ago and watched a trail of events that happened over time on the topic I was researching. And it's really important that our minutes capture those. We can go back to the YouTube videos, which are so great to have, but that's really time consuming. It provides the fullest clarity, but if our minutes could, I feel, better capture what goes on rather than just a blanket comment that says, you know, comments were received or direction was given. In this particular item, I did have to go back to the video and remind myself of what Chair Frazier's directive was on this item, and the comments or the minutes don't reflect that direction.
I was pausing waiting to see if Richard was going to chime in, but
I was going to, but I was waiting for you to step up too.
So historically, we do action-only minutes, and if we wanted to change that, I would defer to council, but I think that would require likely some action of the board. Within that, I don't have that specific minute item in front of me to look at to see what it was, but we should be reflecting the directions that were given. But we don't do verbatim minutes. We're not going to reflect what comments were given if those were done, because we do action-only minutes. And so our minutes reflect the actions that were taken by the board and that only.
So I'm not exactly sure how far historically, because when I did go back and review, I found some very specific.
I don't know how far historically either, but I can tell you that it's been at least 10 years, because when I started in 2012, we were doing action-only minutes, and they were being done prior to that. It wasn't a new change in 2012 that was happening. It was something that had already been going on since before that. So I would go out on a limb and say that it's been at least 15 to 20 years that we've been doing them that way. But I can speak with certainty that it's been at least 10.
So on this particular item, there actually was direction given by the chair, and that direction isn't here. In my opinion, it should be.
Can I read the item?
Action item, by legal definition, I don't think.
When the
Would you
chair
like me
says
to
he
read
wants
what-
direction, isn't that important to capture?
I don't know if that's kind of the action item, unless the board votes on it.
The minutes read, discuss the avenues to form a community choice aggregate in Trinity County and directed staff to draft an ordinance adopting the CCA and develop the joint power agreement with the Trinity Public Utilities District. Received comments from Paul Hauser and County Council Margaret Long. Does
So
that
my-
offer any clarity?
No,
Okay.
because I have that in front of me too.
Okay.
So my point here is that I was given a task in this, and I had to go back to the YouTube video and hunt through and find that moment and remind myself what my assignment had been, and it would just be helpful if there was a direct task assigned, if it just was recorded in the minutes.
Well,
Good, Susie?
Yep.
Yeah, to have verbatim minutes, what we would require would be Emma to, sometime shortly after the board meeting, she would have to sit and watch the entire board meeting to take the verbatim minutes, because she doesn't have time sitting where she is. So the reason we do it the way it is now is we do have access to video, so when we do need to know the specifics of that particular item, we can go pull that one up, as opposed to making Emma spend probably 12 hours, at least 3 hours of watching it and then transcribing it. So it is a matter of staffing time, and as if it's the direction of the board and something the board would prefer, we can look at that and bring it back to the board. But it would be very tenuous to have verbatim minutes when we do have access to the videos.
So I can appreciate that. I'm not asking for 12 hours of staff time. I'm asking for simply there was a directive given, and it seems like that can just be captured in a moment as easily as comments received. What that direction was doesn't seem.
We can make sure that we are catching all of the actual direction that is given. We can do a better job at that. I would request that we don't consider verbatim minutes, because like Richard said, they are extremely time consuming. One of the other issues with verbatim minutes is you're getting the clerk's perspective on that verbatim, and it's not necessarily the intent of the speaker at times. Jared did come and let me know that we have been doing action-only minutes for about 30 years. So it's been this way for approximately that long.
Okay, I can appreciate that. I just know that what I read from at least 30 years ago had a little more clarity than what I'm seeing now. And I'm not asking for verbatim.
And we can attempt to do a better job at catching that direction that is actually given.
Yeah, that would be beneficial, I think, in this case. I had to go back and watch the video myself to find out what direction I gave. And so it would be helpful. I know there was some confusion over this item. So
We'll do a better job at making sure that we are capturing that direction that is given when we're doing our minutes, as long as council doesn't have any concerns.
I don't have any concerns about that. I think if you're going to change the actual format, then that's something you need to agendize. But also maybe a happy medium would be if there's a particular item where the direction is particularly complicated, or you're worried about capturing it, that maybe at that time you say, can we capture this direction in the minutes? That way we're not doing it every single time, and you're still getting what you need without changing.
yeah, because it wasn't that complicated. It was just a little nuanced, I guess. So it would be nice to have that in the future. All right, do we have any public comment on item 2.18?
Can I interrupt? So is that a direction to staff? I want to make sure that it's clear. The entire board is, or at least 3 of the board members are in support of this.
I think the direction to staff would be that I'm kind of in agreement with county council on this, that I think if we could put it on the board to ask staff when we give directions to capture that in the minutes. That way we can go back and find it easier. I don't think that we need to put that on staff. I think we can put that on the board.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank you, Chad.
Darrell Forsland, Waverville. Just a little history on this whole kind of subject. We've been videoing board meetings for a long time. A lot of that time I was actually the county clerk of the board. And I was always wanting to make sure that the public and the board and everybody else understood that the official record of the meeting is the minutes, not the video. Because I've always been afraid that somebody would find something in the minutes that didn't match the video years later or something like that. And so it's really important to be aware that the minutes themselves, whether are adopted, are the actual official record of the meeting. And the video is there as a tool, but not necessarily to reflect the official record. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment from the room? Seeing none, I have no raised hands and no new chats. Back to you.
I'll move to adopt the minutes as presented.
I'll second.
Seeing no further discussion, motion by Supervisor Groves, second by Supervisor Cox. Supervisor Cox, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Chairman Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, item 2.29. I just wanted clarity on this item. I believe it's a typo. It says approve amendment number 2 to the agreement with California Safety Company Incorporated, increasing the maximum cost to $25,000 and extending termination date to June 30th, 2022 to provide alarm security equipment and services to the Health and Human Services Family Center under the fiscal impact assumes no impact to general fund, $35,000 from Health and Human Services budget. So I would just like to, the explanation why it says 25 in the top and 35 in the bottom is my only concern. I'm assuming it's a typo, but I wanted clarity.
Good morning, Chair. Liz Hamilton, Health and Human Services Director. Thank you for making that catch. It is a typo. It should reflect 35,000 in both sections.
35,000 in both? Okay. Okay. Do we have any public comment on?
Actually, I have a question.
Okay. Go ahead.
Since you brought this up. So why did we only move this another couple of months?
Thank you for asking that. And as you see, we have several items, several contracts with California Safety Company. And at the end of this fiscal year, we are going to consolidate all of those into one contract for next year. So this will be back as one item extended the term.
Will that go out to public bid at that time?
I believe so. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Do we have any public comment on item 2.29?
I see none in the room. I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Okay, with that, I would make a motion to approve item 2.29, amending the typo.
Actually, I think the actual amendment is correct. It says amend section I of the addendum, maximum cost to county by deleting figure 25,000 and inserting in place thereof figure 35,000.
Okay.
So I think it was the staff report that had that.
Okay, so
I'll second.
any further discussion?
Seeing none, motion by Chairman Frazier, second by Supervisor Groves. Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Filgen?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Moving on, reports and announcements. Item 3.1I, reports from department heads. Do we have any department heads who would like to report out?
Good morning. Shelley Nelson, HR Director. I wanted to inform you that on the middle of January, we finally converted to an online application process, which has been a long time thing we've been trying to do, and very excited to say that we went live in the middle of January. Basically, anybody that wants to apply for a position in the county, they now go online, they create an account for themselves, and then they can submit their application and any attachments. It's incredibly fast once they have that set up. We have had, we queried a lot of other counties throughout the state of California, especially northern counties that have converted to this software. They have already reported that they've seen 30% increase in applications. A month and a half is not a lot of data that I can provide you statistics for ourselves, but I can say that we have had recruitments that we've been running for months and months and months where maybe we've had no applications or perhaps one with limited qualifications. We're now starting to receive in 3 to 7, so it's very exciting to have a positive response in such a short amount of time. Something else that's a benefit to the applicant who's applying, and it actually will save on calls coming into my department, is they can see the status of their application online, in real time. So in their account, it'll let them know if once that the application has been received, that we've reviewed it. Once, we're scheduling interviews, they'll understand that's the status that they're at. So that's a huge plus with that. We have 2 other phases with this software that the county is hoping to go through and develop. Everything is very time consuming. Just to build this, it took us over 6 months of our own time to go in and establish all of our active recruitments, our job flyers, what the application questionnaires would be, and how it works throughout the system. So something that will be exciting for us, especially going down further, is having every job description live on our website so that any department, any applicant, any contractor who's doing classification studies, we get a lot of calls. It takes a lot of time from us to respond to emails, so it'll be all on our website and at someone's fingertips. So I see that improving efficiency in our office as well. Anyway, over the last about 18 months or so, prior to that, we were averaging about 10 to 12 open recruitments. And we have continually be averaging 37 to 42 open recruitments. So I'm very excited that this, I think, is going to help support us as well as all the departments that depend on us for these processes. Questions for me?
Any questions?
How long have you been working on that program?
Well, my staff for the past 6 months prior to going live January 2nd, We have 2 other phases. One will be training departments on submitting recruitment requests online. So that's a new training process. We got to set that up. And then I think phase 3 is the screening process that will have electronic instead of manual, where we're physically redacting personal information, and this will all be done electronically.
Cool. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other department heads?
Good morning, Chair Frazier, board members. Lisa Lozier, Interim Director for Planning and Building, and I wanted to give you a update on our general plan update. So, of course, we had some pretty high hopes last year when we invited our consultants from Minter and Harnish. They came and toured the county last April, and we made plans to have them meet with the board members and invite the Planning Commission and do a kickoff meeting and kind of get an idea of what this whole general plan update is all about. And, we had initially planned for last June, and for reasons we ended up moving to what we thought was going to be a wonderful situation with the county fair in August. And unfortunately, the monument fire kind of put a nix on that, and we put things on hold for a little while so we could kind of regroup and get things back together. And starting this year, and actually the end of last year in December, I started coordinating with our consultants again to try to get things back on track. Ultimately, well, we haven't seen a whole lot of action here. They've been working in the background on doing some working on updates for our zoning ordinance to catch us up with state requirements, primarily in regard to housing. There's been a lot of changes with housing over the last year, so they're working on that. But in regard to getting them back into the county and getting county citizens and the board and planning commission involved, what we're looking at just kind of generally is we're looking at getting our phase 1 project initiation, which was the kickoff meeting, is we're hoping for early summer to get that started. But while we're waiting to get that meeting set up, we are kind of combining phases of this overall project. And our consultants are currently working with sub-consultants on doing their existing condition and trends background report, which was going to kind of be a little bit later phase. But they're hoping that when they meet with you this summer, that they're going to be able to bring a lot of information with them and have a little bit more robust meeting. So looking to get started with a kickoff meeting early in the summer, and it will be pretty soon, since we're already March, that we will be reaching out, working with the admin office to get an idea of what everyone's schedule is, so we can get something scheduled and plan to have a meeting so we can invite our consultants to come meet with you, do their kickoff meeting as previously had planned, but also include a lot of additional information on a background report. So we're going to kind of put all of that information together. And they are also looking forward to, we're going to try again for the county fair this year, because we had a whole lot of plans that would be fun to be able to do a lot of outreach for members of the county. So that's back on track, and we'll be scheduling to make sure we have our booth set up and all of that kind of stuff. So that's just kind of a very brief overview of where we're at with that project. And if you have any specific questions for me, I would be glad to answer them.
Does anyone have any specific questions for Lisa?
I don't.
I do. So they're working right now to update the zoning ordinance, did I hear you correctly?
That is correct, yes.
Does no part of that process, is that just you take the law and apply it and it is what it is, there's no room in there for public input or opinion?
Oh, there will
things like
definitely
that?
be public input.
Okay.
You know, so basically our overall zoning ordinance update, there's 2 phases to that. The first part of it that they're working on right now is to get us updated with state law. And definitely, anytime that you have an update to the zoning ordinance, you know, we are required to make that available for public review. It will go to the Planning Commission and also to the board. So there will be definitely plenty of opportunities for the public to comment.
Okay, those are the questions I'm hearing, is people are like, when do we get to start meeting and talking about this? So when we hear things are going on in the background, it makes people a little nervous.
Oh, sure.
What's
Yeah, I
going
get
on in
that.
the background without my knowledge? Yeah.
So hopefully here very soon we'll be able to start some hard dates, and we'll be able to, you know, probably a lot of people haven't been following the website, but we still do have the website for the general plan update. You know, there hasn't been a whole lot of action on that. I am anticipating that that will change, and we'll be able to, you know, once we get some firm dates, we'll be posting those on the website as well. And I will be glad to give you regular updates on where we're at.
Perfect, thank you.
So to be clear, you were talking about the housing updates and not land use zoning.
There will be some amendments. I haven't looked at the information, so I couldn't give you anything specific. But a good example of that would be for the accessory dwelling units. There have been a number of changes on how those types of units are dealt with, minimum and maximum sizes, what you can put on a lot, those types of things have been changing over probably pretty significantly over the last year, 2021. And so we would want to make sure that our ordinance is updated specifically with the state, so we can be providing, you know, the appropriate information for individuals that do want to develop.
So I just want to make sure people understand that we have different elements in a general plan, and
yes,
and so we won't be doing any major changing to the zoning ordinance until the element of land use gets updated, because that would have to be compliant and work with the general plan side of the zoning.
So to clarify your question,
Right.
so there's 2 different phases on the zoning. Updating to the current state law. Then we're going to go through this whole general plan update where we will in depth go into all of the sections of our general plan and update. And then when we are completed with that, we will do an entire rewrite on our zoning ordinance to update to all of the things that were updated or potentially amended with the general plan, so both of those documents are consistent, which they aren't very much now. Sorry, I'm just being honest.
So I appreciate that.
Yes.
That you put that much clearer than I was rambling on about, but so people don't think that we're doing a rezone update, cart in front of the horse.
Right.
So another question I have is it possible, and we talked about this a long time ago, maybe I was the only one on the board at that time, at this late date, looking if we found the money to add a economic development element in this?
I am sure we could definitely discuss that with our consultants.
If it, you know,
I mean, at this point, if we're going to do that, this would be a really good time to discuss that as we're getting started.
Would that be the formation of a district? Is that what you're?
No, not necessarily, no. So you're allowed to have kind of whatever elements you want in there. You could have a water element or a fire element. But it would just give the direction within that, where we want to take and look at economic development, and then what actions come out of that would, try to tie back to what you said in the general plan.
Actions such as potentially forming a district?
Right.
Okay.
Right, that would be, this is kind of the overall goal, so board members come and go, but we have and staff comes and go, but you have a direction saying these are the issues that we want to look at and lead. Originally, we didn't think we had the money, and of course, Richard's probably like freaking out someplace in the Zoom world that I'm talking about adding more cost to this, but I personally would like to see if we could consider that and what it would cost, and I don't know if other board members have the same view or not.
Jeremy, would you clarify what you mean by forming a district?
Yeah, you can form an economic development district such as SCED. SCED operates on a larger scale, serving more counties, more areas. Trinity County could have its own. Instead of being part of SCED, I'll be blunt, we don't have to be part of SCED, we could have our own. There's probably a lot of components I don't understand about the process and the pros and cons, but I know that a lot of the federal money and state money that comes in goes into SCED, and then the county has to apply, or the businesses have to apply through SCED. And I think it's underutilized. But like when I look through the SCED 2 or 3 years ago, most of the applicants aren't from Trinity County. I'd say maybe 1 or 2 out of hundreds. So, I mean, I think it'd be highly beneficial if we had our own economic development district for the purpose of collecting the funds from state and fed sources ourselves and self-distributing them. If we have the capacity, I don't know. That's kind of outside my knowledge base. And maybe Richard can comment on that, or Susie Coggins, if they want to.
Yeah, it would require us to go into an MOU with a third-party vendor. I don't think it's something that the county itself could take on, but if we could contract with a third-party vendor that has the capability of dealing with those types of funds, it's something we could look at.
So this is the sort of thing that an element would look at, would look at broad-based timber industry, cannabis industry, recreation industry, what could be benefited, what could we do to benefit those, if it's roads or, anyway, it gives a broad spectrum. Plus it would tie to all the other elements in there and give kind of direction. So,
Yeah, I believe Supervisor Groves, we discussed this, so I wasn't cringing when you said that we're going to spend more money. I think I do remember the conversation that maybe add economic development function to this, so it's something we can look into or discuss with the consultant.
Amanda, would this need to be agendized as its own element, or is this something that we would just discuss with the general plan consultant and amend into theirs?
You could discuss it with the general plan consultant, but for much more discussion here today, you want to agendize it.
All right.
Okay, with that, do you have anything else to report?
Not today.
All right, do we have any other department heads? I see more. Does anybody want to talk? Do we have any on Zoom?
I'm not seeing any movement on Zoom, so.
Well, Sheriff is here. Oh, Cameron.
Apologize, the Sheriff's accent, just one moment, please. David Colbeck, Morning Chair, Supervisors, Interim Deputy Director of the Department of Transportation. Just had a brief update related to DOT. First, I'm looking forward to coordinating with Supervisor Brown after his recent trip to DC for the funding potential, the funding options that are developing federally. And it's something that DOT very much wishes to take advantage to the best of our ability to get some shovel-ready projects on the ground as those funding programs allow. I do also want to briefly speak to the RTP, the Regional Transportation Plan, which is something that I've spoken to recently in past updates, as I apparently have lost, there we go. I misspoke just to say briefly that it's not actually tied to the 10-year census. It's actually a little bit more frequent than that. But regardless, we are initiating that process for the regional transportation plan right now with the Transportation Commission, our consultant Green Dot. The process for updating the RTP is one similar to the general plan, that it guides the DOT in what projects it is looking to implement over a 5 or 10-year period. We have a new website, and I'm just going to read it off, as awkward as that is, but it should be linked to our main DOT website, and that is www.trinity-rtp.org, and that should be up this morning. Actually, I did just check it. It is up this morning. Of note there is that we have 2 outreach events planned that'll be in-person events, similar to what Director Lozier just spoke to in relation to the general plan update. But these outreach events will be to receive input for any particular project that any individual has interest in that would like us to prioritize over that 5 or 10-year period of the life of the plan. The first one will be in the Weaverville Library here on March 28th at 5:30 p.m. And then second in the Hayfork Roderick Senior Center, March 29th at 5:30 p.m. And included with that website that I just mentioned, there is also a survey that can be taken for anybody to add their input to this process as we're developing, again, those priorities for what road projects we wish to implement. I was hoping to have an update for you in relation to the active transportation plan, which is not specifically road related, but more anything other than vehicles. Bicycle paths, pedestrian paths, walkways, sidewalks. That program is one that we are developing now for this current funding cycle and implementation in several years. I would like to give you an update on that as it relates to some sidewalks, I think, that have been made mention of in recent media posts, if nothing else. I do want to just briefly say our senior planner, senior transit planner, Kimi Taguchi, has been doing a fantastic job in our department, and to call out in part the recertification or the certification of the Trinity Center Airport for federal status, one where we have to hit a certain bar in terms of the number of individuals that are using that airport in order to garner some federal funds for the improvements and maintenance of that airport. We're also, of course, working on other airports around the county, but I just wanted to make note of her efforts to do that under a tight timeline. With that, I'm happy to answer any other questions that you may have related to DOT.
Any questions for David?
Yeah. How long is the road plan update expected to take?
That is a good question. As any planning process, it will take many months, and with the kickoff just occurring this week, I could see that it probably wouldn't be until at least early in the fall of this year. So that is a question I'm sure that you're thinking of in terms of how that would relate to guiding any of our attempts to get federal funds for shovel-ready projects, but the reality is where we are in the cycle, and including the environmental permitting process that would have to be part of that. It likely will be fall at the earliest.
Then are there some shovel-ready projects from the 2016 report that have not been completed yet?
There may well be. I didn't dive into those existing listed projects in our current RTP, but it is one to discuss. I will just say that I am trying to coordinate with a number of other organizations in Trinity County that have some projects of interest that they would like to be able to move forward. That they may be able to help us in terms of developing any particular application for a funding program. Those could be including fish passage improvement projects that are also related to recent failures from storm or fire going back to 2017. So that is part of the discussions I am having.
Okay.
And again, I'm happy to coordinate with you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any update on the Coffee Creek slide?
The Coffee Creek slide, we were out at a meeting last week with Cal OES and Water Board and some contractors, both those contractors that are principally involved with removing hazard materials related to the fire itself. And the Director Anderson is here too, perhaps if you have further questions on those details. Our current efforts were to get funding through NRCS, Natural Resource Conservation Service, a federal organization, and their emergency watershed program. Unfortunately, that is one that is stuck in environmental. And even I'm learning recently, even if environmental were to be clear, the contracting process itself would take longer than I'd originally anticipated. So that is not moving quickly at the moment. However, there are some other contingency plans that I can try to explore. Some of them being dovetailed or coordinated with Director Anderson's work with Cal OES and the hazard mitigations that are currently ongoing. So no specific update other than it is in progress and it is in the funding and contracting cycle.
Any other questions? Supervisor Groves, do you have a follow-up question?
No, I just, and I'm not, David's doing a great job and everything, but this is just beyond ridiculous that you have an emergency situation that for the only things that saved a lot of damage is that we're in the middle of a drought. And it's just absolutely ridiculous that we can't get in there and clean it up. And again, this is not against David, it's against the political system that we have created in this country. It's just beyond frustrating.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate those comments. I don't want to take the microphone from the other directors here, but I would like to take a moment with cannabis, if you don't mind. We did not have an agendized report out, as we were saying we were going to do for the beginning of each, first meeting of each month. But if I could speak to cannabis just briefly as that type of report out, just to inform you of where we are at the moment. So in this regard, I'm speaking as an advisor to the cannabis program until a new director is brought on board. We'll do want to take a moment to thank you for agenda item 2.31 today. That has been a long time in coming, and I'm very optimistic and enthusiastic of it. And so thank you to the supervisors for passing that on consent today. I believe it was, I didn't catch all public comment at the beginning of this meeting, but I did want to just highlight for a moment the meetings with the Planning Commission, a special meeting that was held last week, a workshop to discuss opt-out areas, and that it was a very productive meeting. It was very well attended by the public. There were a lot of discussion items to get through. We got part of the way through and look forward to continuing that discussion on March 10th to help resolve a very important issue related to opt-outs and county-wide. And so the effort is to receive direction from the commission to understand what opt-outs are, all the complexities of them, and essentially build a template for how any other future opt-out could be brought by resolution from the Planning Commission to advise the board to adopt as is necessary. And along those lines, I am happy to answer any questions, but regardless, from March 10th, I believe is the next scheduled meeting to continue that workshop. I will say again, thank you to Margaret Long, Council Long, and CAO Coons for their efforts to bring on additional consultants, Heidi Schuden, to help make that effort work and happen. I've been continuing to meet with ad hoc, of course, as well as coordinating with other state agencies, DCC, CDFW. Have heard some issues with DCC in relation to state licenses and how those dovetail with county license processes. I believe that those issues are still in place, where if you have submitted an environmental document to the county, then that should still qualify you for provisional licensing at the state level, which is a part of the program that I've been trying to lay out over the last several months. So just to suggest that those coordination efforts are ongoing and currently effective. I do have an update from our consultants, LEGO and Helix, where we receive weekly updates from them in terms of status reports, the progress that they're making on the review of individual environmental checklists. That list is getting much longer. I believe the last time I reported to you, there would be something in the realm of 120 environmental checklist Appendix Cs that have been received by the county and passed on to our consultants. That number, I believe, is now up to 153. That is coming after a a lot of submissions that have occurred just recently.
Excuse me, David.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have the ad hoc report out on cannabis, and that should be going into a little more detail. You might be stealing some of the thunder of.
That's fair. That's right.
So can we do that part during the ad hoc?
Absolutely. So, perhaps I will leave it there. I was planning to say when I first stood up here is that I recognized I didn't want to step on other people's toes, including CAO Coons and your report out as well as ad hoc. So, in terms of other updates that I can provide, that was really the push that I wanted to, what I wanted to say. Other than that, I'm happy to step in any other report out as necessary. And I'm also willing to accept any questions from the supervisors here.
Any questions right now?
No.
Okay. The only issue I have is that I want to make it perfectly clear when you said that people are still eligible for provisional licenses from the state. That does not mean that they get provisional licenses from the county. That will not happen. So.
That is correct. That is correct. I can explain that further if you wish, but
we can deal with that in that report from the ad hoc.
Fair enough.
Would you just thank Kimmy from me on behalf of the board for her work on those reports? That was a last minute, and that was a little scary there for a while, and so I appreciate her being able to pull those pieces together.
I will do. I will do. And along those lines, I do want to thank our cannabis staff as well during this last couple of months. I know the smallest side, so thank you. I will pass that on. But in terms of our staff and the incredible work that they're doing and the initiative that they're demonstrating to conduct our cannabis file audits and to otherwise develop materials that are becoming the backbone of the cannabis division and where we're looking to move forward. Of course, with a new director stepping in, that direction is entirely that person's. But regardless, I do want to call out cannabis staff as well for their tremendous efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheriff Saxon still online.
I am still here. Apologies to Director Colbeck. Didn't mean to step on his toes there and jump in too quickly. Good morning, board. Hope you're all doing well. First thing I'd like to talk about is the new jail. There has been some movement with Frontier Communications with their attorneys working on the contract. We are getting some movement, like I said, on that, and their staff is beginning to work on the copper lines coming into the jail, which, as I've reported before, are instrumental in getting our new next-gen 911 system up and running and connecting with the dispatch system up there. So we are getting some movement on that. In the meantime, their communications staff has been working on that and getting equipment installed ahead of time on that into the new equipment room up at the jail. AT&T service members have been up there as well, getting their equipment pre-installed, getting ready to work on that so those two systems can connect together and get that system up and running. If you recall, several months ago we had that big storm that came in and dumped a bunch of hail in Trinity County, and that severely damaged the HVAC systems up on the roof of the jail. And numerous systems were damaged, and we've been waiting to get replacement coils installed up there. And as part of the damage on those replacement coils, several of the motors were damaged in those units up on the roof, so we've been waiting for replacements on that as well. Many of those parts have been developed or delivered and are sitting there. However, not all of the equipment has been received, so the contractors are still waiting for everything to be delivered before they make those necessary repairs. So those systems are not up and running as of this time. So needless to say, we're still a couple of months away from actually becoming operational in the new facility. So we are planning to do a public ribbon cutting whenever we get closer on that, so the public will have an opportunity to come out there and tour the facility before it becomes operational. So best guess right now is we are looking at May. At this time, we have one deputy trainee at the Siskiyou Academy. We're hoping that graduation date will be in June, and we will get him back into our office for training. We currently have one deputy that is on field training status. We just hired 2 new correctional deputies into the jail, and we're getting them trained up. We're still facing major challenges with recruitment, getting new people into either the deputy positions or correctional deputy positions. As I'm sure you are well aware, all of our surrounding counties are offering hiring bonuses and different incentives to try and get new people into their law enforcement careers. It's a challenge we're facing all over the country, not just here in California. So we're trying to think of new things that we can do to encourage people to join our ranks here. A couple of years ago, we recognized the need for an emergency response communications trailer here in Trinity County. So we obtained some OES grant funding, and we went out to bid, and we purchased a trailer. Unfortunately, due to COVID, the contractor that we went with to build it in the Midwest was delayed. We recently got that trailer. It's a 24-foot utility trailer, and we're now in the process of outfitting that with radios and different devices so that we'll be able to utilize that in natural disasters and take that out to emergency locations. It's complete with a generator, solar panel to recharge batteries. We'll be outfitting that with different radio systems, including a ham radio. And we recently applied for a high-frequency communications grant through Office of Emergency Services. And what that will enable us to do is, in the event of a major catastrophic failure of our voice communication systems, such as our radios and our repeater systems, this utilizes high frequency. We'll be able to send emails, text messages, and it'll have fax capabilities where we can send the old-fashioned paper communications to different locations around the state and to OES. So we're hoping to be able to get that approved, and we'll be installing that in the communications trailer and through the EOC and our dispatch systems. So that's pretty much the update that I've got for you this morning. Do you have any questions?
Any questions for the sheriff?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate your support.
All right.
Good morning, Christy Anderson, Trinity County Environmental Health. I just wanted to give you some updates on the fire recovery efforts. So as David Colbeck had mentioned, we did meet up with teams in Coffee Creek trying to get some help with that debris flow issue, and we might have found a potential workaround, which is we're trying to install a bridge to cross that creek, to cross Coffee Creek, and to do so safely, we would have to get that jam removed. And so we're working with OES teams, hopefully to find some funding in that direction. Also, there's other areas that are inaccessible at this time due to water or road access washouts or changes in the path of the stream. And so we're trying to find potential solutions to those ideas. Some of these are Forest Service maintained roads, which, as you all know, that working through the federal avenue can take a little bit longer than what we would like. So we're exploring some options over there by using or accessing through private property to get across, but then we found out that there's more issues past that point on the Forest Service road. So, and I'm speaking to the Goldfield area. So we're trying to maybe come back on the other side through the Boulder Creek Road. So that's just some of the little nuances, but so far, to give you an update first on August Complex, we are hoping that this wraps up very soon. I know that Dan is probably really tired of seeing our trucks around. I went down there and the other day and I did see a commercial CHP stopping trucks, and I was really happy to see that because by far the most truck traffic is going on in Trinity County. It's happening on Brucenia Road. There's no doubt in my mind. And so we had a commercial CHP out there weighing trucks on Route Senior Road. And I thought, wow, I've never seen them on a county road, and this is really cool because, you know, they have the potential to speed, whatever. It's a narrow, windy road. So, so far we're waiting on about 10 to 19, and I say it this way because some of these are tree-only ROEs. We're waiting on about 19 final sign-offs for the county for the August complex of 2020, and that is being held up by tree removal, hazard tree removal. So far they removed 7,189 trees of the 7,337 public property debris removal trees. They've removed 1,515 of the 1,557 right-of-way trees, and that's with Department of Transportation. And again, on the updates for the special inclusion for commercial properties, we still do not have an update from FEMA, and I know that one of these commercial properties has applied to do the cleanup themselves. So I just want to give you an update on that. And then as far as this year's fires, we've already received 3 final sign-offs for the monument fire. Some of the areas are very hard to access right now due to high snow levels in the monument fire. But so far we have 3 returned back to us, which is huge compared to last year out of the 39 properties. And then in the river fire, we have to date, just read this to you. So debris removal on the monument, so far 20 properties have been removed, but only 3 have completely went through the process. And then we have 14 on the river complex. I do know that there was some issues trying to access what they can access in the river complex due to private property owner fallen trees in every direction that they're trying to move. So hopefully some better coordination happens there soon. But that's my updates. Do you guys have any questions?
Any questions? Thank you. Any other department heads?
I think we're good to go.
All right, report from CAO.
Hey, you guys still, good morning, Chair, members of the board. Just a couple observations real quick. Never have zoomed to a meeting before, and of course the first one that I don't have to, I'm not participating in person, we have to wear masks. So, and the other one is just watching as this is going through, I'm impressed with how staff is handling this. It seems seamless and it transitions from speaker to speaker. So I just want to thank staff for their professionalism in doing this. We have, with the passage of 2.31, we are now bringing on our division director, Sean Connell. I'm going to introduce him in a second. I believe he's on. But before I do that, I do want to thank David Colbeck. He really stepped up, and we owe him a real gratitude for what he's done, and not just including the canvas, but he's also our interim director, which is a full-time job in itself. So I do want to thank David. He's just a rock star and stepped up. I didn't even ask him, he just did it. Now hopefully he can hand over the reins to our new division director and we move forward. So I believe Sean Connell is on. If he can pop on, that'd be wonderful. I'd just like to introduce him and welcome aboard. He's starting tomorrow, if I understand right.
I actually am not seeing him now.
So we lost him, he was on just a little while. But, well, be that as it may, Sean will be starting tomorrow. He's going to be the cannabis division director. He'll be participating on Thursday in the ad hoc, being caught up to speed on everything that's been going on. And we look forward to bringing him on board, his expertise, and participating as part of the team.
Thank you. All right, reports from members of the Board of Supervisors. I guess we'll start on the end with Supervisor Brown.
All right. It's been a little bit of a while. A couple updates. Caltrans, I think it was in the Trinity Journal, but the Gateway project that was funded through the Clean California grant. They're doing 2 gateway welcome signs into Trinity County on the east side and the west side of 299. So they've been reaching out to members of the public that have interest in coordinating a design or building out the design. So that's kind of been happening. Those projects are supposed to be completed by June. I had a good talk with Cal Recycle about the ability, as I mentioned last time, those reverse vending machines. We talked about potential funding for those, and they're looking into that. I had a good talk with Tara Jones from Forest Service. There's going to be a Burt Ranch community meeting at the beginning of April discussing fuels reductions from Burt Ranch over to Palm, a lot of it going through the Monument Scar area. But essentially they've acknowledged that roadway as a more commonly used road than they were aware of for people that live year-round between Palm and the Burt Ranch area. We talked about the Penny Pines program. I don't know if anyone's familiar with the Penny Pines program. It was started in I think the 50s for replanting U.S. Forest Service, and pretty much anyone can go ahead and go online and you can donate $68 to replant an acre of trees. And then the Forest Service tells you where that happened, and you can put it in a family member's name, you can go visit the plantation, things like that. So I talked with Tara about, is it really $68 an acre? Because that hasn't changed. It's been the same price since the implementation of the program. Because I said, well, what if we get $68,000? Are you going to go replant 1,000 acres right away? Or are you just going to hold on to that money for a while? So she's looking into that, if we can scale that program up, or if it's just kind of more like for nostalgia and kind of a thing to do for honoring family members and stuff like that. But I'll keep updating as I get more information. She did mention that one of the things that would be beneficial for county members or residents, anyone to do regarding Forest Service projects and their opinions on it would be to utilize the formal comment-making process, either through the online, but when the public notices are sent out, often there's an ability to comment. And I think, I don't know the history behind it, if it has to do with the RAC or what, but I don't think there's been much participation in the public comment process as far as the formal U.S. Service systems flows go. So I was going to try to help advocate and educate on how and where people can make those comments. Most of them can be done online. You don't have to do them in person or anything. And if you do make comments in person, sometimes it doesn't get to the right place. So these formal avenues for public comments are valuable for Forest Service. I had some interesting talks in the last month with the BFCC, a group called Project Rebound, and a group called FFRP, which is the acronym for the Forestry and Fire Recruitment Program. And they work with criminal offenders. I mean, essentially all these programs, besides the BSCC, they offer funding for these programs, but all these programs work with past offenders or currently incarcerated individuals that are eligible to engage in some of this work program stuff. It's kind of different than what Shasta College is offering through their Step Up program, and essentially it could help do classroom training for a variety of forestry related jobs. And specifically the FFRP helps people after they get out of jail or get out of a work crew camp to find a job either with them, and they contract with counties and nonprofits and Forest Service on doing projects in vegetation removal. But essentially they're all very interested in Trinity County's new jail. I've been boasting our new jail across the state and our ability to offer classroom education, and there's a lot of entities out there that are interested in supporting our development of this and also supplying a resource either for Forest Service or for fire prevention or trail crews is also something that was discussed. They're all interested in helping us, and kind of that initial thing, I'm talking with the sheriff about it, is getting a survey to see which inmates are actually eligible for this kind of opportunity. And so the FFRP specifically can conduct a survey for free, no cost to the county, no obligation, and we can kind of get an assessment of, because I don't know what our inmate, I don't even know what the right terminology is. I don't know the degree of the convictions against our current inmates. And so they help kind of get that information to a data set that's available for us to understand and for the public to understand. So I thought that was pretty valuable. Went to Washington, D.C. for the NACO meeting. There's a lot of valuable information. We haven't done much with NACO. NACO, for those who don't know, is the National Association of Counties. They represent 2,800 counties out of the 3,069 counties in the whole country. So they're essentially the loudest voice for all county governments. It was really amazing to meet other supervisors from across the whole country, not just California, which is kind of what RCRC and CSAC are. They provide a lot of information. So for example, here's a breakdown from infrastructure bill, and it has just a really nice breakdown of the programs, the funding source, the matching, where you apply. I'm going to send around digital copies of this. They'll go out to all of the department heads and stuff. There's also physical copies getting sent to the courthouse. So if anyone wants to go and get some, they'll be there. Historically, it's the most amount of money, I think, since FDR to put into national infrastructure. NACO was one of the main proponents in ensuring that a lot of the money went into county control and not into state control. Essentially NACO is a lot of the higher ups from Forest Service or USDA or DOT, all of those subgroups, their subcommittees. It's really a powerful advocacy group where I was hesitant to bring specific Trinity County issues to light. You can go make public comment. It's essentially like a board meeting for all the counties in the whole country. And so it'd just be like this, there's a board, and then all the county supervisors sit out in the crowd, we listen, and then they can come forward, bring up an issue, and if there's enough support, the issue is taken into consideration, discussions made at the annual meeting, and if it's discussed and further supported, then NACO drafts a resolution, and these formal resolutions are then delivered to the president or Randy Moore or whoever, and then they give them consideration, they opt into a formal response on these resolutions. So it's really powerful, it was really neat. There was a lot of information. I'll try not to talk about it all and just let people know that it's going to be available in physical, and I'll circulate the digital copy and links to all of the stuff. Couple things I would like to point out though, with DOT, they are still claiming they're going to do a fix-it first as a priority as opposed to new projects and replacing projects. They want to try to fix things first. All NEPA completed projects within the county, there's opportunity to really expedite and include that. They kind of want to know the total cost that each county has to complete all of their NEPA pending projects or all of their DOT shovel-ready projects or all of their CWPPs. How much would it cost for us to complete all of our CWPPs? They want to know that kind of information. Yeah, it was really neat getting to personally meet the deputy director of the U.S. DOT department, and I think it's an election year, so I think it would be really valuable whoever the alternate is for NACO. I didn't look. I would like to see the alternate for NACO and Joe for RCRC. If you could start attending some of the meetings, so there's some overlap, it would be really beneficial. To lose momentum in RCRC and NACO is kind of like starting over each time a new supervisor takes it over, and the county doesn't have a strategic plan that we base all of our initiative off. We just restart over and over again. So at the March 15th meeting, I'm going to try to talk to David before then and bring forward this infrastructure bill stuff, and we can start prioritizing and identifying our shovel-ready projects. I think that's pretty much it. I said that the community choice aggregate was going to be brought back to this meeting, as well as the Whitewater Park and Big Flat. Both of those items are going to be on the March 15th agenda. I apologize for the delay. And since the recreational needs for Forest Service were discussed today with that letter, it was mentioned in DC that Forest Service is going to be conducting roundtables from county locals, probably RCDs or supervisors or a combination of both, really identifying the specific county needs for recreation from Forest Service. So there should be invites coming out soon from Forest Service to engage in these conversations. So.
Supervisor, go.
Yes, I have a few things I would like to talk about. First of all, I'd like to get a few things on the agenda for next meeting. Number one would be to agendize, with the will of the board, a letter in support of Senator McGuire's SB 1074, which would provide...
We can already did that. We've already given direction after public comment that we're going to have that on the agenda for the 15th.
Okay. Secondly, I would like to have agendized with the will of the board to immediately waive the Trinity County cultivation tax at our next meeting. The third thing I would like to agendize is the situation with the incubator at the Trinity County Fairgrounds, which would require removing the current occupant who has been there far too long and overstayed their welcome in a way, and then lease or rent the Trinity County Fairgrounds incubator to the fairgrounds for $1 per year, which I've spoken to Richard about, and it didn't get on last agenda or this one, so hopefully we can get it on the next one and get that done. Back to regular business here. I'll let Dan talk about the Type K housing. It's his baby. Myself and Jill attended the Poetry Out Loud contest a few weeks back, which was a ton of fun. Had a great time there. I'm no poet, but it was a good time. I was also on the TMC monthly call that discussed the winter variable flows for the Trinity River through TMC and TRP. I will be coming out with a full paper on the timeline and the things that I would like to see done between now and we'll say next September by restoration, so that we can begin to incorporate the winter variable flows. It was voted down last December 8th and 9th, and it's not happening this year, but I think it would be good to move forward with that in the future. On the 17th and 18th, I was on the Science Board Commission for TMC. We are still putting together our science plan in conjunction with Keith working on the Word document on the other part of TMC. I think that's coming together fairly well. Still a lot of work to be done, as there always is with TMC and TRP. So onward and forward we are with that. And I just wanted to mention that the next Trinity County Fairground meeting will be held here on the 17th of this month at 6 p.m. at the library. So that's a new spot for them for the month. So it'll be good to have them in town, and hopefully a bunch of people will show up. Thank you.
All right, that's all you have. All right, well,
that's all.
Quickly, in response to your asking to waive the Trinity County cultivation tax, we currently cannot collect Trinity County cultivation tax because we have no Trinity County licensed cultivators. So,
well, that's not entirely correct.
Yeah, we have a few, I guess, the few that have CUPs, but it's kind of a, I guess that's something we could have the discussion, but not as much of an issue in Trinity County right now as it is in some other counties. We can I'll work with you to get that stuff on the agenda if you'd like to. So I'm myself, report outs. I did attend a behavioral health advisory board meeting midway through the month. Not in much to report from there. It was a very quick meeting. Other than that, I think I'm going to save my time for ad hoc report outs. That's where most of my energy has went in the last month. So, Supervisor Cox.
Okay. So to give some good news from PSA2, they are exactly one signature away from being able to bring some meals into the county through the Trinity Senior Nutrition Program, and so that's just been a lot of work, a lot of unforeseen delays, and I just want to give a shout out to the Executive Director, Terry Gabriel. She is tireless, and really appreciate her tenacity in making that happen, and look forward to seeing that very soon. Just as an upcoming heads up, Tara Jones, our Weaverville District Ranger, is planning some community outreach workshops, and the one that will happen for Weaverville will be on April 6th, 5:30 to 7. She's still working out the location, so just maybe save the date and know that that's coming, a great time to receive information and also just have conversations. That all of that communication just is really helpful. I am so appreciative of the hard work of the Fire Safe Council. Their efforts in collaboration with one another continue to really, I guess the word amaze isn't great, impress me. The Carol Fall and her leadership in the RCD, the Watershed Center, and all of the members that participate in that, working so hard for future grant funding and getting jobs on the ground and making sure that things get just implemented, not just talked about. And I appreciate their readiness to be able to implement. If we could discuss potentially agendizing a discussion on perhaps sending a letter from our board regarding SB 871, Senator Pan is moving legislation forward mandating pupils of any public or private school, daycare, or child care facility to be immunized against COVID-19 prior to their admission, and this is going to create ramifications. We heard the public discussion here as Sarah Spahian and others came forward to let us know what immediate implications that would have to our local schools when parents will hold their children, and it could be devastating to our Trinity County schools. So parental choice in that, and parents being able to work with their local healthcare providers to decide what's best for their own children and their own families, I feel is really important. So if we could have that discussion, I would appreciate that. So perhaps I do have one more question, and maybe it's best left to a question of the ad hoc once that conversation happens. So I'll end with that. Thank you.
Jill, did you want to mention Norcal EMS having their meeting here on the 17th of May?
Please do.
It looks like we're going to have Donna Stone here on the 17th of May to do a presentation for Norcal EMS. Looking forward to it. She's a great person, and they do a great job for us. So that would be something that I would personally be looking forward to. 17th of May. Donna Stone from Norcal EMS.
Supervisor Groves.
Yeah, and thanks, Jeremy, for your lead on the gateway stuff. I did ask a Lewiston community member to be part of that, and she's going to look at some other people out from the Lewiston side. Had a long conversation with the team doing our equity grant. Had about an hour and a half long discussion over that. Questioning, and also they requested a list of people they should talk to, so I gave a long list between education and employers and the TCAA group for them to contact. TRP, we keep working on the administration side of the refinements process. It has slowed up, ground down to almost a halt. We're now getting to an interesting place where people have to really decide things, and I'm not too hopeful that any great shakes are going to come out of this. Hopefully something better comes out of the science side. And Jeremy and I and Dr. Coons had a meeting with Wendy Tyler and the supervisor from Calusa and the project managers for the sites project in Calusa, and they were interested in seeing what they could do to ease our fears of that project. The short takeaway from this is that they're willing to sit down and discuss and actually put items in their water right letter that might quell our concerns. So I told them that I would come back to the board as a whole and see if the board as a whole wanted to look into that and discuss that further with them. They, of course, the whole sites project is controversial in itself, but Calusa is really kind of taking the lead in this in this process, and they, of course, were all in favor of this project. But I thought it was interesting that they'd be willing to actually change their water rights documents to quail our concerns. Basically, they feel that there is absolutely no impact to Trinity County, so anything they wrote in there is meaningless to them. That's why they're doing that. But so the question to the board as a whole: do we want to set up an ad hoc or staff or somebody to further look into this and have further discussions with them? And maybe that needs to be an agenda item, or the chair can just take that on his own.
Well, if you wanted discussion, it should be on agenda item.
But I mean, to set up, I mean, he could just wave his hand and do an ad hoc if he chose to.
He could.
And the discussion's really about, should we move forward?
So you're looking to have an ad hoc to determine that and come back and report to the board? Should we?
Yeah, well, I don't know, I'll let...
I would have one question on that. What's the time constraint? Is that something that we could agendize for the 15th, and it's not going to make any difference if we wait that long, or do we need to jump into the conversation right now?
Jeremy, do you remember the time constraint? I remember there was some...
The 15th is fine.
Okay.
I can help build the item if you want and reach out to them, and I know they would be happy to come and present.
Well, and even if they don't want to come and present, if they don't have the time or whatever, we can at least have a discussion on how we want to proceed. And if we do want to have some supervisors that are appointed to take that role. So, all right, do you have anything?
And they also did offer to sell us some of the water if we were interested in buying into the project. So,
Personally?
well, they take your personal check too, but they meant as a county. So yeah, that's all I have.
Okay.
Can we take a 5-minute break before we get started on that?
Yes, I think that would be fine before we jump into our next item. So let's actually make it a little longer. That will come back at 10:45.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I remember where we're at. Sir.
Okay, you're still muted.
Supervisor Gogan.
This is the principal's office.
I'm gonna.
Unmute me. All right. Continuing on with reports and announcements. Because the cannabis ad hoc report out is going to take a little bit of time, I'm going to preempt it and do the limited density rural dwelling ad hoc opt-out quickly. Limited density rural dwellings, our ad hoc has met a couple of times since our last report out. At this time, it looks like we have a draft ordinance that's ready to move to planning. I was hoping to say that we were done at this meeting and end the ad hoc, but I'm not going to at this time in case we do have any little things that come up, the questions we need to answer before it starts into the process with the Planning Commission. So at this time, it looks like we're ready to move forward, but just in the off chance that we do have to answer scheduling questions or something, we're going to retain our ad hoc for one more month. That I'll let Keith start on the cannabis ad hoc, unless there's any questions for the limited density rural dwelling ad hoc before we move forward. Anybody have any questions? All right, Keith, take it away with cannabis ad hoc.
Okay, so we've been asked by the board, other members of the board, to give an update, a little more formal update than our normal has done. So this is, for those that have been attending the meetings, this is a lot of just review. So there were some copies. I handed the board the sheet. It's an outline of what we had. Hopefully people have those, but I'll run down this for people that are on Zoom. First off, we have the members, which are Dan Frazier, myself, Dr. Coons, Margaret Long as County Counsel, David Kobeck as the Acting Cannabis Director, and Counsel Sean Cameron. And he's also doing other counsel, or not other counsel things, but acting as part of his staff in this. And then contributing into this is Acting Planning Director Lisa Loser and the consulting firms that we've hired. The mandate is we see it was a broad oversight to transition the program from provisional license to CEQA compliant annual licenses dictated by the courts and state law. Also to oversee the building of a strong foundation to allow a program and vision to operate in an efficient and professional manner in the future. The length of the term, and I think this is important because we have had this question, but the length of the term will depend on the speed that permanent staff and leadership gels. At this moment, the county is under extreme time crunch to build a system that allows licensed growers to be processed in the system. If we cannot accomplish this, it will lead to proliferation of illegal grows with little or no means to abate. So it's like, go down the list. We have the first thing that we did was the transition plan, and which of course I won't have to say on all these things never happen as fast as people want. There's frustration, but the transition plan was completed and is posted on the website. Number two, the CEQA Appendix Cs. So staffing, we've hired the consultants. LACO is 70% of our Appendix C review, and Helix is 30% of the Appendix C review. Also, Helix is doing a lot of the communication and outreach. As of today, the division head, which I have is in process, I take it that is a done deal now. So he will start work tomorrow. We'll be at our ad hoc meeting on Thursday, so into the fire. And we have high hopes, and David has even higher hopes, and I'm sure Lisa's got pretty high hopes too.
Do we have for clarity as you go, or do you want us to just?
Yeah, go, yeah, why don't we do it as we go?
Okay, so the 70% of the Appendix C reviews completed by LACO and 37% by Helix. So out of the number that Richard said have been submitted,
Okay.
say that
This is the staffing, so we've hired these people, and that's what I mean by completed. They haven't completed
So
70.
between the two of them, you're 100% done with that task, is that
Yeah,
what you're
well,
saying?
we're 100% done with hiring at least.
And the staffing, yes.
We're staffed up, and that's
Got it.
well.
And so the other staffing issue that we look at, and what I forgot to mention here, was the hiring of the ordinance writer, which we will talk about later. And the staffing expansion. So we have been in the process of trying to hire more people to build up the department. But that is an ongoing in-process issue, such as the head planning director position. So then we move on to communications. What are we doing in communications? We have weekly meetings. We've met virtually every Thursday. The ad hoc, so people get confused when we talk about what the ad hoc, the official ad hoc is the members that I talked about before, and at 11 o'clock on Thursdays, the ad hoc meets. Now, not every day can everybody be part of the ad hoc, but that's the official staff ad hoc. Then we have public meeting, usually around 1 on Thursdays, and that's Dan and I, and when other members can break away, that they're there, and this is to give public updates on what the process is, what we've got going on. And then we have private meetings, which basically at this point we have 2 private groups. And one is the cannabis, licensed cannabis stakeholders, and then we have another private group of pro opt-out people, which both want their meetings to be kept in private. I know this has caused kind of some heartburn, but originally when I started this, I'd hoped to all the meetings to be in public, but that was not an option, that they would not participate if that was the case. So things that have, we're looking at, we're not looking at, but we have public meetings with the consultants, and these are the question and answer kind of period and reports that they come out with. They seem to be on a monthly, once a month. David, we had one scheduled for a couple of times. Do we have ones? What's our next one scheduled? That didn't happen, so.
Yes, I'm happy to chime in as needed for any particular questions or clarifications. We have held 2, one in December 20th last year and January 20th of this year. We had considered scheduling one later half of February that we actually chose to prioritize the office hours, which I'm not sure you'll get to, but
I'll get to next.
to prioritize that effort rather than the public meetings. Had considered scheduling one for this Thursday, but to be honest, chose to prioritize work with the new director instead. So those are currently on hold because we feel that the best benefit is in terms of the office hours that Supervisor Groves will speak to.
Okay, so originally a large frustration with the license holders was not being able to have access to the consultants. So starting on February 10th, the consultants have set up office hours, as David calls it. We had 4 hours a week, and they were going to be in 15 or 30-minute blocks. These are by appointment only. These have been well attended, and I think for the most part, very useful for the license holders to be able to ask individual questions, not just general questions. Within that, we also now are having some of the consultants, if they have a question on the Appendix C, that they actually will reach out now and try to talk to the applicants to get those dealt with. We still have, under E here, I have needed tasks. We still don't have the standardized forms that we thought we were going to have quite a long time ago. That's been a matter of frustration to the growers. We still do not have written procedures for the Appendix C task. That again is a point of frustration, not to have procedures that can be easily followed. And so where we're gaining success is, under my third point here, is better access to the consultants. And so that is an ongoing process that is slowly getting better. And the other needed task is consistent and timely messaging. And so that is slowly getting better, but still needs ongoing look at. The other side of this, and again, if we remember, there's two sides to the licensing process. There's the CEQA compliance, which is the environmental work, and then there's complying with the ordinance. And so if you're not, both of those have to be completed to get the licensing process moving through. And so we can't just have the CEQA and everybody jump up and down and say, we finished the CEQA, oh, by the way, you haven't completed anything you need to do on your county ordinance side. So we have the non-CEQA compliant issue that we've been looking at. And so my note here is, do we have adequate staffing, or do we wait for the director to take a look at that now? So that question's been answered because we already have a director. So that person will be looking at making sure that they can accomplish these tasks. So within this, through the CEQA process, we know that we have people, and David will talk to this in a little bit, that we have the 150 that have made it into the process, and then once they go into technical review, we then can see who's in technical review, and so that gives a priority for our staff to look at the non-CEQA issues, so they can judge those. So when they do come out of CEQA, then they've already been looked at. Their files have been looked at, and see what they need to complete, or if they have completed, so we don't slow that process up. We need, in this, I say that we need to set a better timeline for the non-CEQA criteria, and that probably will be set up for the new director to come up with rather quickly. On to the next area we're looking at is fees and taxes. So as we see that we have to refund the licenses after the court settlement was made. So that is something that we were going to talk about today. The interpretation of the tax rates. I guess we can ask Richard, has that, or Amanda, has that been a written document put out yet on that issue?
I'd have to check it.
Okay. Richard, do you know anything on that yet?
The clarification of how the taxes are being collected, yes, county council gave a written statement on that, I believe. It's been published.
Okay. So the ad hoc has not seen that yet, but that's been done. The fee study, the much lauded fee study from 1848 or whenever we started looking at the fee study, still needs to be completed for the cannabis side. And we also, in the future, need to look at, once we have annual licenses, do we have a different rate for a renewal license or than a new license? And so that fee study needs to be done. And as I've talked in the past, at some point we'll bring forward a tax for unlicensed growers, which I haven't brought that forward since we are not, we need to complete a lot of other things to get the program going before I bring that forward. The grants, of course, the CEQA grant we received, the equity grant I talked about a little earlier, that's in process. There's a lot of different ways that could go in looking, but that's what this consulting group is doing. And then I have Adrian's grant, which is the Qualified Cultivator Grant. And the consultants, we hope to have an answer if the county is going to get involved in that or we're not by this, hopefully this next week. And then onto the ordinances that we hired Heidi Shuden. I just need to get rid of the T, as I guess is what I need to do. In hiring her, that process was completed. So here's a list of what we see that needs to be done and a rough outline of how we're prioritizing that. That's up for discussion for the board if they want to change how these are prioritized. So right now we're in the process of the Rush Creek opt-out and the retail Part A license. I call it Part A because the decision that we've looked at is do we have a general retail license that just is a standard commercial license, and that's Richard and Margaret are bringing that forward. The last meeting in March, is that correct, Richard? The last Planning Commission meeting in March?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, and as you heard today, that the opt-out that came, questions about the opt-out workshop was at the last meeting, and hopefully they can finish that in one more meeting. But the retail license will be up for a vote before an opt-out is up. So later down you'll see a retail Part B, and that would be more more for private farms, direct sales. If you have an ag, no, I shouldn't even say that, but if you have a cannabis grow and you want to have on-site sales as part of your grow for like a micro license or not, which is a more complicated discussion than just retail part, we've split those apart because we feel it's important to get retail up and running as quickly as we can, since it's taken so many years to get it to this point. Second priorities we have is the Grass Valley opt-out and the processing license. And the processing license allows growers to bring in and process other people's product at their facility, and that was a license that we didn't do the first time around because it was late added into the list and we just never got to it. Third, we have personal grows. Our ordinance needs a lot of work to become state compliant, and this was asked by the grow community to be brought up higher on the list than we originally had it. Fourth, we have the retail Part B and the other applicants that have opt-outs out right now, which are Lewiston, East Weaver and Hettenshaw, another one out. And fifth would be the stacking. Sixth would be the cultivation administration fix. And the last I have on there is that going through when we have time and review all the licenses to look at. So that's.
What does letter F mean? Cultivation admin fix.
Oh, so there's a lot of issues within our cultivation ordinance that we've had little things that we wanted to fix. We don't, at this point, want to do fixes that we have to do a whole new EIR or tier off of the EIR. So for example, an admin fix would be, we have a 1-year license. I use this example because it's a great example. We have a 1-year license, we can go in and change that to a 3-year license or a 2-year license, whatever people think about. So these are fixes that wouldn't take, don't take environmental review. And with that, David, could you finish up your thoughts on where we're at with the as of the end of last week, I would guess, is their update.
Yes, thank you for that, Supervisor Groves. I touched on some numbers, some issues in relation to environmental review and where we are in process, but didn't want to step on any toes, so I'm happy to fill in a little bit more now and begin to answer questions if needed. I had mentioned earlier that we are up to, I believe it's 153 checklists that have been received for environmental review. My previous, and those came in just within this last week, I believe, above the 121 we had previously received. I do want to highlight that all 100% of those 120 plus checklists have been reviewed already. And I will remind the supervisors that there's 2 processes of review that we're undergoing. The first is essentially a completeness review to see that all relevant information is included in a checklist and that any supporting documentation is included and that the checklist itself is site-specific. It's analyzing one specific location, one specific project in detail and speaking to that project. That would functionally be our completeness review. If something is not complete, then we send it back to the applicant, and along those lines, we will also receive a new submission, resubmittal of documentation to bolster that original checklist. We have received a number of resubmittals, and I'm not sure of those numbers specifically, but those are then reviewed again and continue along the process. Our second point of review is one of technical review, and that I would say is in relation to, again, the environmental analysis that is applied to an individual project. It is the selection of the mitigations that are appropriate to that project and a description of how they are to be implemented. And further, it's also a technical review of the documentation that is corroborating the checklist. Such as a specialist report that would have to be put together, may have to be put together by a qualified biologist or qualified professional, depending on the site-specific requirements. So that technical review is, again, where we would, if we find any deficiencies, we would turn around and supply a request to the applicant, say, please improve your submission in these following ways. So first is completeness, and then is technical. And I'm saying that 100% of what we had received last week, we had worked through. Now, of course, with an additional roughly 30, we will begin the process of reviewing those has already started. And early on in this process, we had it took several weeks for a single, say, group of environmental checklists to be worked through. Now that turnaround time is roughly 6 days. So that as we're getting better at this, as our consultants are working and coordinating with us, as the submissions themselves are improving in terms of the quality of work going into those checklists, that turnaround time has been neck down significantly. And I think that just highlights the efficiency of our coordination with our consultants to make that true. There are approximately 98% of the letters have gone out. And by that means the process I just said, if we receive something that is not quite correct, 98% of those letters have gone out to the applicants requesting some more information perhaps. We'll say that we have about, and this again is from the 121 numbers, we had about 18 checklists that had gone into technical review, and about 33% of those, 100% of those had been reviewed, but about 33% of those, about 6, needed to actually be considered for moving through to licensure. So there again, I think it's highlighting that our process is kind of trying to improve the quality of documentation and improve our own processes for reviewing, but we are going to that next step of licensure. And as Supervisor Groves had mentioned, now is, or at the same time, is the process of making sure that, say, these 6 that have made it through or are toward the end of technical review are actually functionally compliant with our ordinance as well. So aside from highlighting the turnaround time and just the overall numbers, I do wish to say and just speak to the idea of for any individuals who are, have submitted a checklist that had an incompleteness letter sent to them, please resubmit those checklists as necessary. Do whatever work is needed, but please go through the same process of resupplying those to us so that we can continue the review process for any individual application. I will say that our office hours, and it's just a term I use, it's the meetings for individuals that can be set up. I'll just reiterate what Supervisor Grove said, is that early on that was not as fairly well attended, but I believe now it is picking up, that people are requesting meetings for specific questions, for specific issues, for specific sites. Where 15 or 30-minute time periods, depending on the complexity of the question. I will also reiterate, though, that our consultant, and this is a planner in Laco, is actively going out and trying to adapt, say, set up meetings at different times if people need it, but to really fill in the hours, fill in the time, get the questions answered, and to provide that service to us, to the division, to the county of being responsive to individuals to the degree that honestly we were not able to do to my satisfaction in the past. That being said, our staff is very responsive at the counter or otherwise. I myself am lagging behind, I suppose, but this LACO effort is one of really trying to deal with problems, deal with issues, and do it as proactively as they can. With that said, was there anything else, Supervisor Groves, you wish me to touch on?
For now, I think we're okay. I've got some more. So, what I've noticed in this pattern is every new step that we go through, there's a log jam. So, if it started from the beginning, how do we start? And then after we figure it out, the first ones through are just getting beat up, trying to get through this process. But as it seems to flow better behind it. So right now we're at the process of these 6 that are supposed to be out of technical review or coming out of technical review. I don't know what the holdup there is. I don't know how much longer it's going to take. We were told that they would be coming out last week. So I do imagine once we've kind of figured out how that works, then they'll start flowing out. And I think there's a point here that I really want to emphasize and have this board totally understand, that once these come out, again, we have the 2 sides, and the lawsuit is about CEQA, it's not about the rest of our ordinance. So there will be things that come out that the new director will set timelines for those criterias to be met, but they will still have their license. and it will be up to the new director. And again, I'll use houses. Our ordinance says there has to be a house on site, but we're not going to hold, or again, it's up to the director, not going to hold the license up because the house isn't done. They will have to set a criteria that how long that they have to build the house, what marks that they have to meet to be in that criteria. And there's several things that will be that issue. So when you hear that they haven't completed what they want, or what our ordinance says, understand that there's CEQA and non-CEQA issues, and this director is the one that will be setting up what his criteria is. There has been, go ahead.
If I may, just one clarification in relation to the court order. You're functionally correct that it was principally related to CEQA, but the court order also states that the county has to abide by the settlement agreement with TAA. And so that becomes the core of what we're responsible to conclude. And there's a couple other elements in it. The biggest one, of course, is CEQA, as you highlighted. But we're in a position of needing to follow that settlement agreement. So just a clarification.
Which was mainly noticing is the other side?
Is a question of noticing as well as records, I believe access to records. And so not to paraphrase all of the settlement agreement, that is how I would characterize that now.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So issues that we're having, the state, the communication between us and the state, we seem to be communicating fine. As far as I can tell, the state has too many people involved, so we have problems. Several people that we communicate to the state that they're okay to get their provisional license, state licenses, seem to be hung up. Hopefully we have that settled out this week. And what was the other big issue? It's dropping from my mind. There is, just so the board understands, there is a huge frustration in the grow community. And things are moving and not as moving as fast as they would like. And there's a large growing tension because people are wanting to start their business and get going, and it's not moving as fast. I will say in my point of view that I think this is the best that we've done, and it's never good enough, but things are processing and moving forward. And I don't know, any questions? Or Dan, do you have anything to add?
I don't think so yet. I'll try to jump in if we have any questions, but I think that pretty well covered it.
I've got a question for as far as the process of each license goes, when they're in the process of consideration, are there current site visits that are the consultants or county is doing, or is it based on the last site visit? Is that part encompassed into
the site visits at this point are done by our staff. Would you like to?
I'll say this, that yes, site inspections, we have 2 or 2.5, I should say, code compliance specialists that in the past have conducted site visits. Currently, they are tasked in office functionally with doing all of what I had tried to give them kudos earlier for doing, and that is to help set up much of the processes, administrative or otherwise, the file audit and the initiative to start that. So with respect to site inspections, yes, we can expect that we will start that process again of site inspections. I will say that functionally we will be looking at prioritizing those that may have changed, those that need specific verification that the information we received is correct. Those would be the ones that we choose to focus on. We also recognize that in relation to Fish and Wildlife, they may be wishing to conduct site inspections in order to finalize any draft LSA, lake and stream bed alteration agreements. We would be looking to coordinate with them as well. And we would also be looking to coordinate with the building department, the sheriff's office, and environmental health in relation to any potential consideration for a septic or a building permit that needs to be renewed or revived. So yes, it's a complicated answer, but there is the notion that site inspections may occur.
David, what is your time frame on May occurring?
I can't say exactly because that is one that is very dependent on the individual license. So while I could try to paint a broad picture here, all the licenses in their various states of types of projects, the size of projects, the location of the projects are all in different states of existence. Those 328 that received urgency ordinances during this last year after the December urgency ordinance came in, we received an extension letter under the urgency ordinance. Those already went through a vetting process at that point. So understanding that if you receive the extension, you should be in good standing. And so we would prioritize those areas that require further investigation and have some on-the-ground inspection. But because there's such variety in there, I can't exactly tell you how that will occur right now. It has to be on a case-by-case basis.
Do you have any set standard for what that case-by-case standard would be, and when would it begin? I think that's an important part of the process.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of inspection criteria, that any of our code compliance specialists would have a standard form that they would go out with in order to take whatever measurements they needed to match up site conditions with the submitted documentation, a site management plan, a site map, or anything along those lines. Anything related to environmental health would be one of addressing any septic issues for leach fields or otherwise. That would be through their department and that permitting structure. So I think, yes, the answer is that we do have standards by which we apply or our field inspections are based on.
All right, so when I look on page 2 here, I don't know if you have the same document.
I do not.
Section E says needed tasks, a standardized form. Is this the same form that we are talking about now?
No, I would say that form is pre-existing, and that goes back several years in the program in terms of, again, what our specialists would use while they're in the field. I will just take a moment to highlight, there's quite a bit which may feel or sound administrative, may sound like it's not productive, but is happening in our office, in our staff meetings, and with our consultants. That is difficult to see. But I do want to highlight that part of the work we're doing and the benefit of the Appendix C environmental checklist is one where all the mitigations that apply to a specific project, a specific location, will become part of those field inspections. So for example, you have 10 mitigations that apply to you. Our specialists will have that in hand and be able to verify on the ground that these mitigations are being implemented. And that is a bit of an aside, but understand there. Well, I'll just leave that there.
All right. So I do have some more questions. And first of all, thank both Keith and Dan for putting this together. This is the first. All right, all Keith then. Thank you, Keith, for putting this all together. This is the first time I've really had some sort of in-depth knowledge of what's going on at the ad hoc. So, which brings up a few questions. So you have, starting out with, you have a completeness review. What % of those that come to you are 100% complete? Do you know?
I am going to say, I believe I'm just trying to do 85% were incomplete, 15% were complete.
And what's the common theme of the incompleteness?
Yes, and that is part of our efforts on December 20th and then January 20th of this year in those workshops. Was trying to get communicate somewhat better from the county perspective of what we'd like to see in terms of those submissions. So that took us a while, honestly, is after we started receiving checklists, is to get the conversation going, to try to continue to develop better forms and templates so that people knew what to expect. So as we continue that process through Helix, LACO, and new division staff, I expect that those incompleteness letters will be reduced, drastically reduced, so that you would be seeing only 15% are incomplete rather than only 15% being complete. That is a learning process that we're all in the midst of, which we all feel, as Supervisor Groves had stated, a bit dissatisfied with not doing this fast enough. Yet that is our goal, that is what we're aiming to do, is to increase the preparation before we even receive a checklist.
So I think, Liam, it's important the first groups were submitted with no direction, so people just took their best shots and put it in. I would totally agree that at each step, the ones that make it through will rise drastically, because now people know what to do, what's expected.
Framework to work with.
Yes.
I would phrase that differently if I could. We had an entire 100-page checklist that was attached to our EIR, Attachment C, or Appendix C, apologies. That was all instructions. So it's not that there was no direction given, there was quite a bit of direction given. Yet I would argue, and I'm reluctant to inflame the situation, but it's one where we provided direction, yet there wasn't a lot of understanding about what we were saying. So we're trying to admit as a county that we can say this better, we can give you better direction, we can improve what we're asking of you, but that what we had provided in Appendix C, in large part followed standard CEQA practice in terms of the types of documentation that is tailored to an EIR. It's similar to Appendix G. It's the same thing as Appendix J of the CDFA programmatic EIR that was previously certified. So in large part, it was a standard format. Yet we're recognizing that we need to do better in sort of getting our communication out there for what we want to receive from people. So it's a slight difference in how to characterize that.
So has it been streamlined somewhat or made less?
That has been a struggle for me in terms of something that we have promised the cannabis community, the consultants, the applicants. No, actually, I have some things on my desk I need to get out. And so while they have been in draft form, it's on me to finalize those, such as a second go at the Appendix C template that provides a different way to explain things. That is on my desk, and I will take responsibility for that.
Next question, of the tech review, what percentage are complete?
I think it's 33% of the technical review are, I would say, nearing completion. I'm reluctant to say absolutely they're complete right here standing at this microphone, but I can say that I believe 33% are what I would say, hey, great, we can work with these. These look good to us. The other 66% are some that, they're going to need some more corroborating information, and I can't say exactly in what vein, but I understand that we are seeing, say, maybe some common deficiencies within those in technical review that are needing to be cleaned up.
So are we talking about 6 of 18 for 33%?
Correct.
Is that the number? All right. Of the 33%, or let's say the 67%, what was the problem with those? Is there a general theme amongst those?
That is something that our consultants, I'm looking for them to put together for me in terms of, say, frequently asked questions or common deficiencies. That's the process that we did with the completeness review. For the technical review, I would like the same thing. One thing that has come to the top, I think I can say, and this is, I'm not going to say common for those 66%, but that the use of qualified professionals needs to be paid attention to, I suppose. And that is, say, in relation to biological report, for example. You know, should a report be needed, or should a professional be needed to put that together? We would like to see their credentials. We would like to see, you know, their survey methodology. We would like to have an understanding that the person who put that together would be considered qualified to do so. So that is one example of where, you know, again, I'm not sure how many are in there. It's just one that comes to mind at the moment.
So you're seeing a bunch of these, the majority of them being turned in without qualified professionals checking the applicable box?
No, I wouldn't say the majority. I just brought up an example. And please understand too that in relation to LACO and Helix, our two county consultants, is that we are looking for them to vet these for us. They are our quality assurance and quality control. So if they have staff that are biologists, that they're looking at something that is relation to a site and it's not up to a standard that they understand, that's why we hired them. That's why we're leaning on them to provide that service for us. So again, that's just something I wanted to say out loud in terms of the relation of qualified professionals to submissions. I won't bank on that as a common deficiency at this point.
Do you have a common deficiency?
I'm not going to speak to that right now. I would like that to come from our consultants, and my expectation is that once those common deficiencies are understood, is that we would be proactive in informing the applicant community about pitfalls to avoid, for example, frequently asked questions. If we find a common deficiency, we're looking to address it.
All right, so I'm going to jump around just a little bit here. My initial understanding of the ad hoc was that there was two groups that were meeting, the legal cannabis group at one point, and then the TA at another point during the day. Is there now 3 groups meeting, TAA, opt-out, and legal cannabis? Is that?
I'll defer that for sure.
Yeah, so TAA, we have never formally met with TAA. There are members of the pro opt-out group that are TAA members. Whatever it means, I never have quite figured out what that means. We have why they, there was one subject on the transition plan, since they challenged us on that, that we would not talk to that group at all about the transition plan because it was under legal haze from the court. But no, TAA has not been a part of the everyday ongoing discussions in any way, shape, or form.
Thank you, Keith. I have noted here 6 of the 18 were supposed to be told last week about their completion, I think, and they weren't. And I was wondering if that's the question, why not?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase what the question?
6 of the 18, and this is a bad note by me, but we're supposed to be told last week of their completion, I think, and they were not. Is that correct?
Right, okay, so there, I guess I will take that as well. You highlighted all my deficiencies here, but this is important. I'm not trying to get away from this.
And I'm not trying to highlight your
The question is one of, say, a consistency letter, a consistency memo. So what that form looks like right now is that if somebody has made it through technical review, we like everything they've shown us, we agree with all of their decisions, in relation to mitigations or relation to the EIR, then we're saying this is consistent with the EIR. It's the exact form of how that takes and the language that takes is what I'm working with right now, because that becomes one of, in our file, that becomes one of our administrative record. That becomes one that allows us to stand on that decision and to move forward with it. We are also in the point of, as Supervisor Groves again had mentioned, in terms of assessing the completeness of those individuals for licensure. So while that language is important, it's one that I'm working to sign off on and to understand who and how that should be signed off on. So new director, how that should proceed. While that is written out in the transition plan, and it is noted in the transition plan, it's also somewhat of details, an administrative detail. That being said, I'm not looking to hold these up, and once those are signed and move forward, then those become something of the exemplar for how other operations can, provide us information, complete the Appendix C, that we are moving forward. At the same time, I'm also working with the public noticing component that is in relation to this settlement agreement from TAA and the court order, of course. What that says about how, and what the transition says about how we actually are going to move forward with our next phase of public noticing. That is what I'm asking council to help me negotiate and navigate, which has been ongoing. I'm not saying I'm just starting this now, but regardless, the point is that is something that is on my desk at the moment to finalize that language. Once that is finalized, then it's just simply reproduced for those individuals that have made it through technical review.
So with all these things being on your desk there, David, will it be helpful having the new Cannabis Division Director on board to alleviate you and expedite some of these things that we're talking about?
Absolutely, absolutely. I would say that. And so once again, thank you for your work, supervisors, not only for creating this position and Dr. Coos as well, but for the item today and also your consideration of my involvement over the past several months, special project specialist, all of those discussions. Yes, that position will help quite a bit. That position will be in-house. It will actually be housed in the division versus my office in DOT, which should help them be more responsive to the degree I simply am not able to be. I will say that I expect to be involved. I was just counting this up. 8 standing meetings every week, of 1 hour or more, just for cannabis issues, just for the coordination and collaboration with the number of different parties. That is something, a structure that this director can step into, and it is one that I expect to be involved with for at least the short term in order to allow that transition to be as seamless as it can be.
And then that will alleviate you of all 8 hours?
At the point that the new director is comfortable with that, yes.
Will it also alleviate, I think his last name is Sean Avery from Marcus' office? Is he integral?
Sean Cameron?
Sean Cameron. Having the new division director, do we still need to have Sean Cameron?
I would say yes, in that, again, the structure that we have set up is one of, he's very involved and very useful, and he has been at a lot of meetings with me to help be in a position to provide legal advice as needed, which he is doing and is continuing to do. So no, I see us in a position of requiring his services regardless of the new director. However, should the new director wish to move away from that particular structure, that is that person's prerogative.
I think it's important, the long term, we have a short term that we're trying to get through. And in the long term, I don't see a role for Mr. Cameron in the long term. But I will say this is the first time that we've brought in a new person that we've actually built a foundation of success. Everybody else we've just thrown in here and said, fix it. And this is the first time, especially, and I want to give David a ton of credit, realizing that we have to have a system, build a system for this person to step into to move forward. And I think a lot of his goals are based around that we have a process in place. We just have to execute where previously we've never really had processes.
I agree. And hopefully it'll expedite the situation somewhat. So, the next question I guess I have here is standardized forms. It seems it's been I don't know what I'm talking to now, to you, Keith. So it seems like...
He's listening,
You can bring up a chair and sit down if you want. Why do we not have a standardized form? It seems like it's been a while.
That is a fair point. I recall standing here in front of you really just about a year ago, probably giving my first of a series of presentations and report out at the beginning of every month with PowerPoints and pictures about a transition plan and about the 3 things that it needed to stand on. So not to repeat that whole year, it's one where public outreach, information sharing, forums and templates, frequently asked questions was, I thought, a critical component of allowing us to be successful in what we're doing. So I have worked through some of those, but with the fact that we are where we are with staffing and leadership, and my stepping into what is essentially and functionally, just to call it out, a vacuum in the cannabis division since last fall, that is not something that I have been able to complete to my satisfaction. That is something, again, to highlight is the benefit of having a director in-house to complete that type of question or to answer that more fully. What we do have are some examples, some templates of, say, odor control plans or a road evaluation report that I have asked our consultants to help develop and help put forward. It is, again, on my desk for the ability to review those and to finalize those. So while I appreciate some recognition of my efforts over the past several months, I do appreciate those. You're highlighting some areas that need further improvement. And I believe that the new director will be in a position to assist in moving those and expediting those. So between, and I will say this again, while I understand there is confusion about the EIR certain mitigations, that has been true since certification and the draft formatting and the draft of that document and the public meetings. That has been out there for some time. Us providing a template or a form is very needed, and I recognize the need for it, but that does not preclude somebody from doing it themselves in terms of addressing a specific mitigation with the appropriate language that is a good narrative. We want that narrative that people provide us to be consistent across the board. One, so people understand what we're expecting. Two, that they can fill it in. And three, that when we review it, it's something that we can review much more efficiently. Yet regardless, that doesn't preclude individuals from submitting what they're able to put together based off of what could be considered industry standards. I say that even though I hear in the back of the room some misgivings about the statements I'm making.
It'd be great to have some public comment.
So, okay, I'll go on just with a couple other things. The fee study. That we badly need a fee study, as you know, for not just cannabis, but for the whole county. So it kind of worries me quite a bit, actually, about what we charge, what we're going to charge the following year. I think the majority of the heavy lifting is probably done in the first year of the cannabis license, and then it kind of tails off a little bit, especially when we start talking about giving multiple year licenses. Without a fee study, I'm kind of worried that we put the county in a situation where we don't know exactly what it costs to license a farmer on his second or third year, or his first year actually. And that could be more, it could be less than it is now, but we need to know exactly what it is. So I would like to see that, if possible, a fee study pushed forward.
Hey, I will just answer that I won't be answering to that. That is in Dr. Kunz's court.
Yeah, I'll jump in on that. And I'm not acting as county counsel, but this is an ad hoc report out, and we're getting way out of the realm of the report out, questioning staff without offering the public to make comments. I'd maybe ask if county counsel can kind of step in here, because I kind of feel we're going a little farther than just report out.
This is a very thorough report out. I grant you that. During report outs, you can have some question and answer between the board and the staff with regard to the report out, but definitely public comment would be going beyond that.
Okay, so I can continue on then?
Richard, why don't you go ahead and answer, the fee, where we're at in the fee study and all that.
Yeah, the fee study we're doing, an entire county fee study. We haven't included the cannabis fee study because we really haven't had a good indication of what it's going to cost because we've never been fully staffed. We've done both for the county staff, our environmental health, and for code enforcement. So we don't have that. What we can go on based on the fee study is what our expenditures and revenues have been over the last 3 years. And we have managed to maintain the program for what we've collected, so therefore, going on past practice, our fees are appropriate. However, we know with the additional staff coming on, with getting code enforcement year-round, fully staffed, bringing on some new environmental health officers, that fee may change. Right now, again, we have our consultants working on doing all our Appendix Cs, so we're going to have a little bit of advantage having them on board because they're telling us exactly how much time they're spending on each process and the amount of time it takes from the time it's submitted to the time it gets turned into a license. So we're going to have a bit of advantage on that. So I anticipate this year we'll maintain the fee schedule we have, but we'll have to look into it probably for the next season because we'll have a better indication because we should be through all of our Appendix Cs and we should be issuing annual licenses. But right now, there's 2 ways of doing a fee study. One is you do hands-on, in-depth forensic study on every aspect of, or you have a history of what you've been spending and what you've been receiving. And if those numbers are pretty close, then the fee is fairly accurate. And there's a misnomer that there was no fee study done. I wasn't there at the time, but when it was originally established, they did go through and determine how many code enforcement, how many compliance specialists, how many planners are going to have, and they put all that together, and then with the 530 license, divided by that, and then they added the $1,000 for the general fund. So we have a crude fee study, but we do have a fee study, but that doesn't mean it shouldn't be revisited.
Thank you.
I will highlight that because the fees are built into the ordinance, it would take one of those administrative changes to the ordinance that Supervisor Groves mentioned to remove or otherwise remove the existing fee schedule in the ordinance or otherwise amend it.
Don't leave now. What is an unlicensed tax?
That's a key question.
A Keith question.
Yeah, so the concept is that the unlicensed growers cause great harm to the licensed growers through competition, not paying taxes, all those issues that the licensed growers have to go through. So on one level, it's a fairness issue. On another, it's a revenue issue. So it's something I floated around a while. The licensed growers don't seem to be terribly interested until they can get a license. They feel that, and not that I'm saying I'm in agreement with it, that they have a right to make a living, and it's our fault that, and I'm paraphrasing here, so bear with me, but that they have until they have an opportunity to get a license, that they shouldn't be taxed by being unlicensed. So fair enough. The program, it's a low priority in my mind. The program needs to be functioning before we go after unlicensed grows. So it's something I don't know if this board would even put on the ballot, but it's something out there that I have. It is written and it's ready to go. It's just when is the proper time to execute.
So I guess I was confused. I took unlicensed as black market. You're taking unlicensed as people that are in the system but just don't have their license.
No, it's black market.
So how are we going to tax the black market?
There is, as council has told me, that there is a way you can, if somebody has cannabis plants and they're not paying there's state licenses or state taxes that we can put a license, a minimum tax on them. That there is a legal way to do this.
All right, so I guess I have a question that goes a little further into that. Say we tax somebody, say you tax me, I have a piece of property somewhere, and it's worth $30,000.
Now you're.
That's getting a bit more, you would have to agendize something like that. So these are just basic questions about the report rather than getting into the weeds about each issue raised.
Fair enough. I still like to.
We'll discuss it further.
Stay on, I need a little tax and license. I'm not gonna see penalizing them or giving them.
Yeah, we'll discuss that when it comes before the board.
That would be great. Personal growth.
That's an issue of our personal grow ordinance is out of compliance with state, so we need to fix it. That's why it's on that list of needs addressed.
Fair enough. And then retail part A and B. B will be up on the first meeting in March, is that what we said? Second meeting in March?
No, A will be.
A will be. And that's going to be, this first one will be presented by.
In March?
Yeah. No, the
Planning.
commission.
Yeah, all right.
I thought he said second meeting.
Yeah, I think he did say the 24th of March.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So will it be 24th then?
I believe so.
So roughly, and I have these notes in there that C1, C2, and HC, those are zoning, that would cover what we imagine a retail store zoning.
Okay.
The other ones would cover a farm direct sales.
So when you say farm direct, do you mean like, I'll just put it in terms of, we'll say Napa Valley. You go take a farm tour at the end of the grape tour, you are able to taste and buy their product and then go home with it. Is this something that we're thinking about, or is it just a tasting? Are you only able to buy it and stay on premises?
I think that's not something that we're trying to do as an ad hoc. We're not trying to write the ordinances. We're trying to give direction to the consultant we hired to write the ordinance, to which ordinance to do in which order. So we're not Keith and I as ad hoc, and Will and Richard and the ad hoc's not going into writing those ordinances. That'll be something that'll come from our consultant with direction from, then we'll get direction from the planning commission, and then we'll come back to the board. We're not trying to do that ourselves. But you'll be involved in that process. So
Fair enough. I just wanted to know which avenue that was taking there.
It would be, so how it happens, is something else, but you are correct in your analogy versus going to a liquor store, which is A, or going to the farm, which is B.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it doesn't matter if you're going to the farm to buy tomatoes or you're going to the store to buy tomatoes. So that's the analogy. If, it could go to the planning, and planning could say, no, we don't want that at all, but that's been requested, and so that's on the list of things to look at.
Thank you.
I can see her squirming in her seat.
No,
she's squirming. All right, I'll stop talking.
She doesn't want us to discuss.
I don't want deliberations or discussion about these individual items. This is a report.
I don't mean to deliberate, just having this finally in front of me after X amount of months, it just opened up this can of worms of questions that I'm just trying to kind of close the circle in.
And so the other thing that's important is that we have Heidi, but there is going to be a break in here at some point. We hope to get through the processing license, and then she has a 2-month or 3-month off period, and then we'll come back to these and finish the rest. So these will take time.
I'm done.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions?
I have 2 quick questions, if I may. The first one is, right. There was a comment period deadline prior to the previous planning commission meeting that I was unaware of until a day before those comments were going to be able to be accepted. And I was wondering how I could be better informed to pass on that type of, process information to people. Did I miss a memo, or I'm not looking where I should be? How would I know about those things a little bit sooner?
Well, it was a standardized notice, and it was for written comments that there was that time period. We weren't aware of how that process was working.
So it was a standardized notice that came from what source?
The planning commission. Or
Commission
department.
or department?
Department.
Okay, so Lisa, could you tell me what I should have done better?
So basically, when we send out a notice for a public hearing, we have specific language in that public hearing that we, if the public hearing is countywide, basically we publish that in the newspaper. We have a list of persons that are interested in receiving the notice. We send out and we post that at the courthouse at our location at 5:30, and I think there's somewhere else we post. But anyone that has an interest in being notified as to when those meetings are being held, all of the language as to when we are expecting to receive letters or emails or whatever, and that is in regard to being able to provide that information to the Planning Commission in a timely manner with their staff reports.
Sure.
It doesn't mean that we will not accept any other notification from the public. It's just directly and related to what goes out with the staff report.
Perfect.
But we're perfectly happy to include anybody on the listings, or if there is a way that we can make that information more easily available on the website, we would also be glad to do that as well.
So did that notice get sent to all board members, or do I need to ask to have my name added to that recipient list?
That's a good question, because typically on Planning Commission notices, we send that out to the Planning Commission. I don't know that the board members are listed on that.
We don't.
Is it inappropriate to do so?
I don't see why it would be inappropriate to notice you of a meeting. So we could do that. We would be glad to add you if you would like to be added.
I don't really see a problem with that.
Okay. Okay, perfect, thank you, I appreciate the clarity. Sure. Yeah. And then the other question that I had quickly is just, I was wondering how the money's holding out is for where we're at now and kind of where you project going, the grant fund that we've received for this. Is that okay to ask?
It wasn't part of the original reports. It's a little bit beyond the scope of that.
Could I
the
go
ad
in
hoc.
the future?
Yes, I would say so.
What was your question at the end there?
How the money's holding up.
We should have
Answered it. I'll answer the ad hoc.
We are spending significantly less money. We've been billed for significantly less money than we thought at this time.
Nice.
So the money's holding out.
Yeah, I'll concur with that, what Keith said. I was actually the last invoice we got, I wasn't surprised at the size of it. It was much less than I anticipated, which means we're on schedule to keep going full strength.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Before anybody changes their mind, we will close out our report on cannabis cultivation.
Dan, Lisa.
Right, and then
thank you guys.
In the future, if there's any desire to actually open some of the discussion on whether you think the cannabis ad hoc is doing what was directed, or if you guys want to have future discussion on whatever about the cannabis ad hoc, reach out to me and we'll agendize it. We can actually open up public comment and we can have that discussion. I don't have a problem with that. So if anybody would like to, we can put it on the agenda. Before we move on to county matters, does anybody want to break for lunch?
Yeah, I'll take a break.
Do you want to actually take a lunch break, or do you want to just break for a moment and come back?
I would go for a moment.
Okay, so that's to answer your question for Susie regarding our future stuff on the agenda. We'll adjourn till 12:15 to give everybody a break really quickly, and then we'll come back and move into county matters. Board of Supervisors back to order. County matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request that an item be heard out of order. Do we have any requests to hear any item out of order? Seeing none. Item 4.1, clerk of the board considering appointing a supervisor to represent Trinity County on the Golden State Connect Authority. I do have a question about this, and that would be, is this something that we need to have a motion on, or would this just be something that
This can be direction.
I would just give direction on?
Yes, this item should have been included in the annual board committees and commissions.
Okay, well.
It's another one that we joined halfway through last year that
We
we
talked about it in
missed out.
October 15.
Okay, my take on this, and you guys can correct me if you see otherwise, but as Jeremy and Jill would be the ones, this is an RCRC subcommittee, correct? So to me, it would be appointing Jeremy as the primary and Jill as the alternate, because they're already on the RCRC, unless anybody has an issue with that.
What's it do?
Does anybody?
California Connect? It's essentially a consortium of all the rural counties, and they're pooling together through RCRC's new entity, Cal Connect, to be able to have the biggest pull in funding and advocacy for the rural counties, specifically about broadband.
Okay. So, any issue with that suggestion to have Jeremy take primary and Jill as the alternate?
That works for me. That was what RCRC had requested for their memo.
Well, I think that's fine, so consider it done. Did I need to open public comment on that?
Yes, we
Council?
should.
Okay, well, I guess I should have done that before we gave direction, but is there any public comment on item 4.1?
I have none in the room. I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Okay.
I'll go ahead though. I'll ask, just a comment. I'll ask the Cal Connect department, or the, I don't know, the director or whatever from RCRC, Robert Hayes, to do a little presentation in the next month or something about what it offers, how we can utilize it, if we're utilizing it, if we're not utilizing it, who should be reaching out through it to utilize it, things like that.
Okay, thank you. Human Resources, item 4.2, adopt a resolution establishing salary and benefits for department heads. This will impact additional $400 per fiscal year for sheriff uniform allowance.
Good morning, Shelley Nelson, HR Director. So this actually has two parts to this item. In 2003, a resolution was adopted establishing a uniform allowance for our acting sheriff. The allowance for the sheriff would be $600 per year. It's to be paid in 2 installments every 6-month intervals. And I do want to note that the amount has not been increased for the past 19 years. So the staff, under the sheriff, the Deputy Sheriff's Association, their current memorandum of understanding or negotiated rates for a uniform allowance is actually $1,000 per year, and it's paid quarterly $250 in January, April, July, and October. So it's being requested that the sheriff, and it's not inclusive to the current sheriff, it's any sheriff, that's what this would basically be covering, is that their uniform allowance matches that of the negotiated uniform allowance by the DSA. So we're asking to increase the $600 per year to $1,000 per year and follow the quarterly payments of that as well. And because this uniform allowance is an independent resolution from the department head's resolution, which encompasses all salaries and benefits, I was asking that it be included within, so it's just one resolution covering all of these details.
Any questions?
How does this come forward at this time? Is this just something you generally look over and see that there's a deficiency in dollars, or?
Yes and no, but yes, we were discussing it in January, at the end of January, when the department was preparing the payments for all the DSA and the sheriff. And, you know, we had talked about it mid last year, but it sort of kind of got tabled, and thought, you know, let's get this resolved while we can.
What does a uniform cost? I have no idea.
I actually wasn't prepared to answer that, but I know that, I don't think this covers the amount that many of them utilize for what they do. You know, they get damaged and worn out quickly.
Any other technical questions? With that, we'll open public comment on item 4.2. Do we have any public comment?
I see none in the room. I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Anyone care to make a motion?
I'll move to approve as presented.
I'll second.
Seeing no further discussion, motion by Supervisor Brown, second by Supervisor Groves. Supervisor Groves, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
No.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 4.3, approved budget adjustment for fiscal year 21-22 for Human Resources Department 1250, increasing salaries and benefits by $29,267. Approve a budget adjustment for fiscal year 21-22 for General Fund Contingency Department 9901, decreasing provisions for contingency by $29,267. Fiscal impact increase in general fund appropriations in the amount of $29,267. Current contingency balance is $524,406.
Thank you. I do want to preface that I don't make this request lightly. I have explored through the remaining of my budget for this year. That's why I'm standing here before you today asking for this. We've had, and I thank you for, an extra help budget last year. I knew I would be anticipating having an employee out on maternity leave, and I was able to hire an administrative coordinator, extra help, part-time or full-time during that period, while the employee was out on maternity leave. So that extra help budget's been depleted, and I have terminated that extra help person. Due to the difficulty of acquiring daycare for my employee who does have this new infant, they actually have been telecommuting approximately 4 days a week and physically in the office 1 day a week. I do need, what I'm asking for is to bring back this extra help employee on just a part-time basis, 20 hours per week for the remaining 4 months of this fiscal year, to help support the, incredible amount of recruitments that my office has been receiving over the last 20 months. Even if I had 2 full-time in the office, the amount of work that this has presented to us has been, extensive. And having somebody here on a part-time basis would help support that work, as well as answering phones and providing services to the front counter. So that's my ask.
Any technical questions before we open public comment? Okay, is there any public comment on item 4.3?
I see none in the room. I have no raised hands and no new chats.
And with that, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board.
So if you don't get this money, it could slow up the hiring process of what we have going?
It does affect our ability to serve the public and, our timeliness to respond to the public who are applying for positions, as well as all the department's requests for recruitment processing.
So how many openings do we have right now?
Currently, we have, I think I said 37.
Thank you.
I would approve 4.3 as stated.
I'll second.
Seeing no further discussion, motion by Supervisor Gogan, second by Supervisor Brown. Supervisor Brown, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Item 4.4, modify the department allocation list for Health and Human Services Division to read 4, Social Worker Supervisor 1/2, effective March 1st, 2022. No impact to general fund. Approximate cost and salary and benefits per month for a social worker 1 at A step is $9,259, and a social worker 2 at A step is $9,507.
Thank you. Me again. So the Department of Health and Human Services Division, which represents welfare, they're requesting to modify their allocation list for social worker supervisor 1-2 classification by increasing the allocations currently from 3 to 4 in order to recruit and fill one additional social worker supervisor 2 position within this division. The additional social worker supervisor position is needed in Child Welfare Services Unit to support the department's goal of a 1-to-5 supervisor to staff ratio and to ensure sufficient program oversight and coverage. And improving the position would enable them to recruit and fill this position within their department. There is sufficient funding within the department's budget to cover this additional allocation, and there is no fiscal impact to the general fund.
Any technical questions? Is there any public comment on item 4.4?
I see none in the room. I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Anyone care to make a motion?
I would move to approve item 4.4 as presented.
And second?
Seeing no further discussion, motion by Supervisor Cox, second by Supervisor Gogan. Supervisor Gogan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Cox,
Yes.
Supervisor Groves,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Aye.
Chairman Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item 4.5, take the following actions effective March 1st, 2022. Approve the job description, set the salary range, and add the alphabetical listing for classifications. An environmental health technician 1 at range G179, and an environmental health technician 2 at range G189, and modify the building and planning department environmental health division's departmental allocation listing to read 2 environmental health technician 1-2 or environmental health specialist 1-2. Approximate cost and salary and benefits per month for an environmental health technician 1 at A step is $5,519, and an environmental health technician 2 is $6,000.
Okay. So Building and Planning Department, the Environmental Health Division, has requested to adopt a new entry-level classification series, which I'm introducing to you today for approval, entitled the Environmental Health Technician 1-2. Currently, the department does have an environmental health director, which is filled. Also, they have 2 allocations for environmental health specialist 1 or 2. Only one of is currently filled at this time, and there's 1 administrative classification within that division. I'd like to note that the specialist series does require a 4-year college degree, as well as a possession of a valid environmental health registration that's issued by the California Department of Public Health Services, which does require some time to apply and receive that. The proposed technician positions would actually provide an entry-level opportunity for recruitment, and this classification would assist both the environmental health specialist series as well as the director. And I do want to note that this position would prove to provide significant help during frequent fire season responses as well. The department, is not requesting additional allocation. They do have 2 with 1 vacancy. This would just allow some flexible staffing of technicians and specialists within the department. And I have reviewed this with the union, and they are in support of it.
Any technical questions? Is there any public comment on item 4.5?
I see none in the room. I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, with that, bring it back to the board. Does anyone care to make a motion?
I'll move to approve as presented.
I will second.
Seeing no further discussion, motion by Supervisor Brown, second by Supervisor Gogan. Supervisor Gogan, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves? Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
right, moving on, planning and zoning. Item 4.6, authorize staff to issue a prorated credit to commercial cannabis cultivators holding a non-expired provisional license on October 31st, 2021. Unknown fiscal impact.
Cool. Chairman, I'll go ahead and start with this, and then we have some planning staff that can jump in. I'll go ahead and get started with this. This is moved forward from our February 1st board meeting for further clarification as to how the process would work, and I want to remind the board that this wasn't staff-driven. This was brought to us by the cannabis community after the program was suspended on October 31st. So we're just bringing forward some ideas of what may have a fair equity for all involved. We still feel that the county deserves its fees, but there's a portion of it that we were no longer able to continue to administer after October 31st. So what the staff has done is reviewed the fee and how they're laid out, and there was some misconception or some confusion on the $2,500 initial fee. What that is, it's not an application fee, that is a deposit towards the entire fee, which is $5,000 plus this $1,000 for the general fund. So the total is $6,000, but $5,000 is the licensing fee. I can see, Keith, did you have a question before I stop?
No.
Before I keep going? Okay. So the problem was if we call it, if it's not in the ordinance, if we say it's a application fee, then we really have two fees in there. It's essentially a deposit for us to continue to work on the application. So I'm going to just kind of give my calculations of how it was broken down, and then we can kind of open up discussion for that from the board if it makes sense. So I'm just going to give an arbitrary license. Let's say they received their provisional or received their license on February 1st. That should run from February 1st to January 31st for 1 year. However, with the court order, a program suspended on October 31st means they only got 365 days of this license. They only got 263 days worth of time in the program. So that leaves 102 days that their license was suspended. If we divide the $5,000 by 365 days, that's $13.69 a day. So we take that $13.69, multiply it by the 102 days that they didn't receive any service or any benefit from having a license in the county. That's a $1,397 credit that they would receive the next year. We're not using the $1,000 for general plan portion. We're just using the 5,000. So that's why we're dividing it in 5,000 and not into 6,000. So I'll stop there because I'm sure there's questions, and we also have staff that are available and see where we can go from here.
Any technical questions to start with?
Richard, did Margaret sign off on this, that was okay?
On the way we've calculated it?
Yes.
No, I haven't spoken with Margaret about this because it was more fiscal and the board has the authority to reduce or eliminate fees. So that's why we had to bring it to the board, because it's not an administrative function.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we open it up to public comment? Okay, do we have any public comment on item 4.6?
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. Lisa Wright from Lewiston. Thank you for continuing this and considering the fee credit for the cannabis farmers. I think it's very important, not only from an equity perspective in terms of what they receive, but also just given the current conditions in the marketplace for them. A couple of things. I do know that we're continuing to use the 10/31 as a license expiration date. However, the majority of the cannabis farmers received extension letters, did not receive licenses, but extension letters that expired September 5th. There was no subsequent notification by the county that those licenses were extended by the court order. We only had the extension letter through September 7th. So I have, and I would continue to ask for that fee credit to actually go back to actual expiration. You know, certainly we'll take what we can get, but I think to be 100% accurate, we should go back to September 7th. The general plan update fee portion, I understand that. I think that's a discussion for another time about the equity of year after year paying that size of a requirement into the general fund update fund or whatever it's called. But I just wanted to make the point, not everyone pays $1,000 as part of their license issuance. It depends on your license type. So the small outdoor, small mixed light, they have to have the $5,000 fee. They do pay $1,000. I have a cottage indoor. I pay substantially less than that. My total license fee with that is $2,250. So I think I don't want to just put that $1,000 into the language because it's not the same across all license types. So I do urge you to approve a fee credit. Just reiterate that I would like to see it adjusted back to the 9/7 date. If you have other reasons, legal or otherwise, to not do that, we certainly respect just getting a fee credit at all. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good afternoon, Carla Avila from High and Palm, and I am here today in my capacity as Executive Director of the Trinity County Agricultural Alliance. We're representing licensed cultivators and licensed businesses throughout every district in our county, and we really greatly appreciate this being agendized and continued to today with clarification. I cannot implore on you enough how timely this is. This is an incredibly challenging time, especially for the majority of our license holders hold one license and are small independent family businesses. To be out of operation for an unknown amount of time is builds an incredible amount of financial uncertainty for these small businesses, and they are also having to take on the incredible costs of CEQA compliance in the midst of not being able to operate. So this would be incredibly beneficial, and in light of the equity situation, I just think it would be very fair to offer the prorated amount for the days that people were no longer licensed. And so we just want to thank you so much for bringing this item forward, for agendizing it. We strongly support it, and can tell you that it would make a very meaningful difference to these businesses, especially during these times, and especially just considering, I mean, none of us can go back in time and change what has happened, but we're all trying to move forward on all sides with as best as we can. And right now, trying to kind of even out for this year that was put on pause would make a huge difference. So we strongly support the passing of this today, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, Chair and Supervisors. I am Dana Hauser-Scott from Hayfork. I'm wearing the Hayfork Chamber of Commerce hat today as I present to you. I would like to save the time, but let you know that I agree with Lisa and Carla. The September date for the urgency ordinance letter would be appropriate. Taking the burden off of our local businesses is what's really important. It is an incredibly challenging time. Also, to be really clear what a refund versus a credit means, I think a credit would be appropriate for people staying in the program, and a refund would be appropriate for the people that will no longer be able to make it, but have that be clear. I do appreciate this being on the agenda and you guys listening to our realistic concerns. I think I covered it all, but thank you.
Thank you.
During 4th of Weaverville, I was thinking really hard about whether to talk about this or not. it still seems to me like there's a misunderstanding as to what the people are paying for when they're getting a permit. It sounds like we're paying for a fee for a permit, but what you're doing is paying for the cost of issuing the permit. And so if the county is in fact not incurring as much cost because of the permits aren't being processed, then there certainly is money that probably should be refunded. But that's where the money should be coming from, is from not having to do the work, not from saying somehow that you got a fee and because you couldn't use your permit for the whole year, you get something back. Which you're not paying for a permit like that way, you're paying the cost of issuing the permit, which is why the fee study is so important in this process. But you know that, I mean, just to be sure that what we're talking about is refunding money to people, but it should be based upon costs not incurred by the county as opposed to just refunding because the permit wasn't applicable for the entire year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the room? Seeing none, we have Lindy McCaslin on Zoom. Oh.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes,
I've
we
been
can hear you.
getting cut off, Zoom off and on. Okay, I agree with the folks that were for, forwarding the credit and refund. I think it's the only right and fair thing to do. And I'd like to clarify on that $1,000 general plan amount. There's 6 different cultivation licenses, and 3 of them are listed as $1,000 general plan maintenance fee, and the other 3 are only listed as $250 because their licenses cost a lot less. For instance, we have the smallest farm available, which is only 25 plants, a small cottage grow, and our total is $750. So you take $1,000 out of that, and we wouldn't get any back. Anyway, making sure you use a little bit of money back now because we're having a pretty hard time. And thank you very much and for all you do.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'll turn it back to you.
Right, with that we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. Motion, discussion. In that order would be good.
Yeah, I would move that we go ahead and create the credit/refund, but that it be recalculated not as it was presented to us today just by taking the numbers and doing the dividing, but by actually looking at those services that could not be provided and refunding those days' worth. And I would like it to go back to September 7th when the licenses were noticed to no longer be functional versus the October 5th date.
That was a tough motion.
This is open for discussion?
Well, we have a motion, we need a second. Or
Can you repeat one more time? Sorry, Joe.
No, that's no problem. I would move that we do move forward with a refund/credit, meaning if the person's not going to be in the program, where they get the refund, if they are, they get the credit. But instead of calculating it, as was outlined by CEO Coons when he did the math on cost per day, that we would do this, not only I feel that's fair, but do it in a way that's fiscally sound by looking at what were the actual services that would have been provided inside of that license that now weren't provided because they didn't need to be provided, and base the cost of the credit on that instead. So that's going to take a little bit of calculating, but I feel like that is the way to be fiscally sound and to be fair.
You think it's realistic for staff to have the capacity to spend time?
Second.
You need a second in order to discuss.
Sorry. I'll second it for discussion.
Yeah, You want to jump in with your discussion item now, or would you like?
Well, I just wonder what the realistic timeline and staff capacity is to take on a reassessment of that map and look at that. How, as everyone stated, it's a timely issue. How long is that actually going to take? Is that realistic? That's my only main concern with redoing the structure.
And we're looking for something that's equitable and that we can and it's tangible, that we can put in front of the applicant and the board. My concern doing it that way, and we'll do whatever board directs, but a large portion of what we didn't do was code enforcement, which we all know is a larger portion of what that budget is. So under that calculation, it could be possible we're giving bigger refunds than the daily, than divided by the daily. So we'd have to make those calculations to see where we would land on that. So a little more labor intensive, but I understand where you're coming from.
And my thought on that is, as CAO Coons went over earlier, and I think that was in our cannabis ad hoc report out with our fee study stuff. The fee study that has been done for cannabis is kind of a generalized. So I really don't have a problem with a generalized refund. It's kind of the same. We don't know exactly what the money's being used for because we don't have an itemized fee study. I'm okay with breaking it down mathematically and doing it that way. There's probably better ways to do it, but for simplicity and expediency, I think that's probably the better way to do it, personally.
I wish I could lean that way, but I can't because, I mean, maybe they'll give more back and that would be better for those that are hurting, but I feel like doing the quick thing, just because it's quick, isn't necessarily the best thing to do. I'm interested in doing it the right way, but I'm also interested in what staff has to say. David, do you have a comment?
I do have a comment. Thank you, Supervisor Cox. I did want to add just a little bit to this conversation, but to preface it by saying I very much appreciate where you're coming from to the service provided and make sure that the applicant is getting what services they essentially are paying for or the staff time that are associated with that. I want just the board to understand, as Dr. Coons had mentioned, we functionally have 2 specialists right now and 1 administrative person. 1 accountant, administrator. The planning department itself is actually taking over, the Department of Transportation is actually taking over the accounting services for the planning department as they are seeking to hire somebody new. What I'm trying to do is break down for like who is going to do this. Well, it's a good suggestion. The amount of time it would take to calculate for each individual and the expenses that would incur to reduce the credit is one that I feel would be pretty difficult for us to do, if not impossible, given the timelines that we have and given the other workload that we have. So while I'd like to say, yeah, we have the staff to be able to calculate that to the spirit of what you're trying to do, I am in favor, in recognition of people's need for these credits or refunds. I'm in favor of the idea of going through a calculation that is the most straightforward and most expedient and helps resolve the fairness issue.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Groves.
I'd like to have a subsequent to adopt as submitted.
Would you care to amend that to the September 7th date?
Okay.
I will second that.
So I have 2 questions. We have the slash refund or credit. Is, in your mind, Dr. Coons, is that up to the applicant to ask for that? I just want to have total clarity on what that means.
Yeah, I believe that because we'll have an application process for a refund or a credit. A refund means that they are leaving the program, and it's just a recommendation that if they do accept a refund and they come back into the program later on, they're a new applicant. they're no longer whatever, they're not progressing. So if they accept a refund and they're out, then they're out. If they accept a credit, then that's intended for next year's proceeds. And so I didn't get that in there, and it's just the suggestion that we went through again with staff, something the board can consider. But yeah, there'd be an application process to get the credit or the refund.
So you're saying isn't that something that we would have to put into the resolution or into the motion? Thank you.
Both the application and the leaving the program for a refund, or?
Yes. Or do we feel?
Yeah, I'll defer to council. Or is that just be direction?
Two people talking again at the same time. I'm sorry, what was the question?
I know you've got such a big brain, you can split those up, I'm sure. The question is what Dr. Coons visualizes this is that a refund would go to somebody that's leading the program, and then if they wanted to come back at a later date, they would have to reapply, start the process over, and a credit would be for somebody staying in. Is that something that could be made administratively by staff, or is that something that we would have to put into the motion?
I think it would have to be put into the motion, and it was brought to my attention that the action is only for a credit, it's not for the refund. And so the body of the staff report said that it's both the credit / refund. So the action before the board is for the credit. There are a lot of details with this particular item as far as how you're going to issue it. If you're going to discuss the issues of whether they're going to be in or out of the program, I would want Ms. Long to weigh in on that. I have concerns about them being ousted from the program if they chose a refund versus the credit issue.
So here it says credit refund. Is there?
It's under the action requested.
On the
And the agenda item is just for credit.
Okay, secondly, Richard, the October 31st date versus the September 7th date, the licenses were updated until September 7th, but were they allowed to operate to the 31st, or we just didn't do anything?
I better defer to staff on that one. I thought that they were allowed to sell a product to the 31st, but the September 7th was the last day of working the program. I see David stepping up. I'm okay with either. I don't have a preference.
I can add to that briefly if I could, although I did not research this to exhaustion. The actual date of the court order was one that was variable, just to remind the board. This was an order after ruling. So during, I believe, the August 28th court hearing, the judge ruled in favor of TAA's motion, but directed the councils on both respective sides, or all four respective sides at that point, to negotiate what the ruling actually would look like. That ruling did not come down until September 24th. During that negotiating process between, again, all the respective councils, it was where it was determined that October 31st was the date that no further cannabis activity could occur. We were pushing for something much more reasonable, but that is what TAA pushed for, was October 31st. Therefore, the order that was entered into judgment was the October 31st date. I will push back a little bit in respect to public comment. The county did issue a memo on September 8th of 2021 that described that as much as we could understand it as we were continuing our legal negotiations. So there was communication with respect to where that occurred. Whether that was sufficient or not, I'm not willing to debate that, but that is something that we did do to try to inform people about what was happening with respect to this court hearing. That being said, I don't have, I'm not trying to stand up here and suggest that I want to keep more money for the county or stick with the ruling date or the expiration of an urgent or an extension license, for example. That's something like 7 weeks that would be added to the calculation as it is broken down in front of you. But I did want to clarify some of those, that essentially the judge allowed individuals to engage in cannabis activities up until October 31st. So theoretically, an individual, let me back up. And this is not in relation to the expiration of an extension license. Under the court's equitable powers and other public resource code, I believe it is, the court had the authority to allow those licenses to continue until October 31st. And at that point, it would shut off. So people had the ability to make use of those licenses based off of the court's ruling, not with respect to extension licenses.
In light of David's further information, I would like to withdraw my original motion.
Second concur.
Jeremy?
Yeah.
Concur with that?
I do.
Okay. Okay, so now we have a motion.
I would like to amend my motion
Okay.
that the requested action that to issue prorated credit/refund. You have that added in.
From the same date. September 7th, I think. I'm just trying to clarify the motion.
Yeah, no, I'm actually October 31st guy in this one, but September 7th, if somebody wants to make a subsequent for the 31st, well, then go ahead.
Does the second,
I gotta get some clarity real quick before I can. So are you amending your motion to say, to add the / refund and to say October 31st?
No, I'm just saying the...
So the September 7th date?
It's still September 7th, if somebody else wants to
make
go the third, second subsequent, I'd second.
Okay, so I will amend my second also to, along with Keith. And do we have any further subsequent motions or?
Yeah, I feel like a second subsequent is important to put the date back to October 31st in light of Director Colbeck shared with us.
So, and you're...
Is that for a refund credit back to the same motion only as of October 31st?
But putting the date to October 31st.
I'd second that.
Okay, so you got all that in mind?
I believe so.
All right, any further discussion?
I just want to be clear that they could cultivate up until October 31st, as the court order said.
My understanding is not necessarily cultivation, but they could use or do cannabis-related activities on their property up till October 31st. So, yeah, that's not cultivate though.
Is that the 5th or the 7th of September?
We've been using the 7th, is the 5th the real date?
Yes, 5th's the day of the letter. I have an urgency ordinance on my computer.
Let's not have any more subsequent motions. So, is there any further discussion on the, and this would be on the subsequent motion?
Last first.
Can we have that repeated back to us?
So the motion that we will vote on first is to use the calculation method that was presented in the staff report back to the date of October 31st and including a refund / credit. Does that make sense?
All right, that's the first one?
That's the first one we'll vote on. It was the last one that was made.
Okay, and then what's the other one?
The same, but the September 7th.
And I amend that to the 5th.
Dan, will you amend your second?
Oh, so you have a subsequent motion for October 31st.
We'll have to,
This one was for September 7th.
Yes, I
And you're-
misspoke, but I thought it was the 7th, it was the 5th. That the urgency ordinance was up.
Should I do another subsequent?
no.
You can only have 3 on the table, but she's withdrawn hers, so there's one room left.
Supervisor Groves, would you
Yeah,
like
I
to, can we go through the first subsequent motion? If it fails, then we'll work on amending your motion?
I don't think that's
Is that legit?
is it?
You actually probably could do it that way, or if you amended your other motion, that would have to be heard first. I mean, decided first.
Okay, so if she allows it to do it after the first vote, then I will do that.
So the current motion on the table is the October 31st that you're voting
I'm
on.
going to add a third subsequent motion. I move for the original wording with the September 5th date, please.
Okay. Original wording now, does the original?
For September 5th, with a refund/credit at the pro rata methodology set forth by the CAO.
Correct.
Is there a second on that?
I will second.
It's not that complicated.
It's really not, so.
So we're paid the big bucks, but I missed the part, you have the refund,
Same as you.
same as you, but the 5th, all right.
Yeah. And for public record, this does not affect me and my cannabis business license. I'm not financially impacted by this vote.
Okay.
Do we have further discussion?
Any further discussion?
All right, I don't see any.
Seeing none, the motion is the calculation method as presented by CAO Coons with a refund/credit dating back to September 5th. The motion was by Supervisor Brown with a second by Supervisor Gogan. Supervisor Gogan, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
No.
And Chairman Fraser?
No.
That was easy.
That passed. So all other motions are gone, done, over. All right, so with that, is County Council going to make a report out on closed sessions at this point?
Yes, several items to report out. So reporting out January 4th on item 5.1, board met in closed session regarding Government Code Section 54954.5C, Conference of Legal Counsel, existing litigation, cases number 1, Trinity County versus Kirk Sealander, Teresa Sealander, and Does 1 through 5. Trinity County Superior Court case number 21, CV 135. The report out is the report approved a settlement on a vote of 5-0. Reporting out on January 18th, item 5.1, board met in closed session regarding Government Code Section 54954.5C, Conference with Legal Counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 2, Ortiz versus County of Trinity, case number 2:21-CB-2241-JAM-DMC, Trinity Action Association Inc. versus County of Trinity et al., Trinity County Superior Court number 19CB001. There was no reportable action taken, and Supervisor Brown recused himself. January 18th, item 5.2, board met in closed session under Government Code Section 54954.5E, Public Employee Evaluation, County Administrative Officer, and direction was given to staff. Meeting of February 1st, item 5.9, board met in closed session under Government Code Section 54954.5C, Conference with Legal Counsel, existing litigation, cases, number of cases 3, American Cannabis Partners versus Trinity County Superior Court case number 20-CB157, Supervisor Brown recused. Also met under Carlson et al. Versus Trinity County Superior Court case number 20-CB136, and on Terrence Mines et al. Versus County of Trinity County Superior Court case number 20-CB082. There was no reportable action on case number 20-CB157 and 20-CB136. Direction was given to staff regarding case number 20-CB082. February 2nd, item 5.2, Government Code Section 549 54.5E, Public Employee Evaluation, County Administrative Officer, report out as employee evaluation was held.
Okay. Now, closed session today. Item 5.1, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation.
Actually, Chair Fraser, I believe we're pulling that item.
Okay. Number of cases 1 will be pulled. Item 5.2, Government Code Section 54954.5C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, number of cases 1, Trinity Action Association Incorporated versus Trinity County et al., Trinity County Superior Court, case number 19CV001. And item 5. Do I need to open public comment on these?
Yeah.
Each item, or?
No.
Or can I do it all at once? Okay.
You can do it all at once.
And item 5.3, Government Code Section 54954.5E, public employee appointment. Is that appointment or?
That's appointment.
Appointment, county administrative officer. Okay, so is there any public comment on closed session items 5.2 and 5.3?
Yes, I'd like to comment on 5.2 first, regarding the Trinity Action Association case. This was a series of huge missteps by the county, and the applicants and licensees, through no fault of their own, should not be burdened with paying for the attorney fees in this case, the court costs. I can only think that the equitable and fair thing to do is for the county to pay this out of the general fund and not hollow out the cannabis department paying for this case. I think it needs to come out of the general fund. And if that's, we don't know what's in closed session, but I do follow these cases in court, and so perhaps you guys can do the right thing and cover this out of the general fund. It is great that Derek Cole did push back on the enhancement multiplier that was being attempted by TA in this case, keep the costs more reasonable. I think this needs to come out of the general fund. Regarding item 5.3, public employee appointment, county administrative officer, that's a big important position. If you guys are going to appoint one, I think it should definitely be done in public. If you're considering applicants for this position, you know, the details of their personnel matter should probably be closed session, but something nearly as important as this should definitely have a public component. Thank you.
Any other public comment on closed session items? I see no one in the room. I have no raised hands and no new chats.
For the public record, I will be recusing on item 5.2.
Okay.
Can you adjourn?
What's that?
Can you adjourn us when you're ready?
I guess are we ready to adjourn? I think so. All right, we will be adjourned at 1:09.
Not trying to rush you.
No, I was just wanting to make sure everybody was good. Nobody else was recusing or anything.
Keep going, right? We'll pass it back right now.
Um,
Clear enough.
we'll just